Yeah. Like people have no idea.
That's why I usually cringe when I say, well, it's the law.
Yeah.
It is, but
Yeah.
we know how to follow.
So I did, have you read the book Let Me Retort?
No.
No? By Elaine. So he's a lawyer, worked for, I think he wrote for The Nation. He also worked for Law Block. But I just started listening to his book yesterday morning and I'm like cracking up. He's wicked smart. And he's often a commentator like on MSNBC.
Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. We're gonna go ahead and get started. It's the 9 o'clock hour. On Friday, March 3rd, 2023. We're here at the beautiful Department of Water Management Facility in Durham, North Carolina, for our second day of our city council. We had a full day on yesterday, and we're expecting the same today. So we'll go ahead and get started. And I'll turn it over to Mr. John Allore, the Director of Budget and Management Services. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, department heads, city staff. Welcome to our second day. Thank you for coming back. As always, a few housekeeping things here this morning. If you haven't had the chance to have coffee and breakfast, it's right behind us. Please afford yourself that opportunity. I'll quickly walk through the agenda for this meeting, just so everybody, certainly folks at home, know what we have planned for this morning and the first part of the afternoon. I didn't say it again. My name is John Allore. I'm the Director of Budget and Management Services for the City of Durham. We're going to begin this morning with these housekeeping remarks, and then we'll have some opening remarks from City Manager Page, followed by our first presentation, which will be Jason Morado from ETC Institute. Will come and give us a presentation on our annual resident survey. We'll take a brief break, and then come back for the second portion of the morning. We'll have Dr. Michael Walden, Professor Emeritus with State University, to give us an economic update. It has been 3 years since we've had live presentations from both these individuals, so it's great. It will be great to have them back and engage them, and certainly I think welcome all of your questions regarding the presentations that we've already seen. Offer interesting and welcome information. We will take a short lunch, about 45 minutes. From 12 to 12:45. In the afternoon, we'll begin with a strategic plan update given by Shari Metcalfe from our Performance and Innovation Department. And then we'll close the day with the session, as we always do with these budget retreats, around the budget guidelines. I've said these are some city managers, the term guardrails, sometimes use the word tenets, to help us shape and craft the budget that we come to you with the proposed budget in May. Some closing remarks from Mayor and Pro Tem and Council members. So with that, and I'm clearly vamping here because I'm watching to see if our guests will arrive. He hasn't arrived yet, but we will improvise with that. Thank you.
As our city manager comes forward, I'll turn our attention to our clerk, and we'll call our roll.
Mayor O'Neill.
I'm present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero. Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Wilson Hyman. Present. Councilmember Johnson. Here. And Councilmember Williams is here.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor O'Neill,
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members, city staff, and residents. I am Wanda Page, I'm the Durham City Manager. As we gather this morning, we're hopeful that the guest presentations that we have lined up with you, as well as our staff presentations and updates, will continue to be valuable to you, will continue to inform the important decisions that you have before you. Once again, if you look in the room here, we have filled this room with staff who are intently listening at your direction. They are here with just a request to provide information if you need it, respond to any questions that you might have for us. And we will continue to facilitate conversations, keep us moving, that will continue to progressively provide us the budget development guidance that we need for our fiscal year 2024 budget and capital improvement, operating and capital improvement budgets. Again, I'd like to thank you, John Moore. I see you, Christina, Riordan, on to the back looking for the guests. Departmental staff, the deputy city managers, Keith and Mo, all of our department directors for being a team. We are a team that's always listening, always reviewing information that we put together, making sure it's accurate, making sure it's representative of what you need. Always doing additional analysis and taking into information and analyzing again. But most importantly, as Councilmember Holland often mentions, finding ways to bring new ideas, innovation to the table as we put together a budget that reflects the values of this organization, Durham City Municipal Government, as well as this community that we all love. While watching the news this morning, I heard on the news that today, this very day, marks 3 years since the very first COVID-19 pandemic case was diagnosed in North Carolina. 3 years. And as we say this all the time, and we sometimes are convinced in ourselves that we're finally putting the pandemic behind us, because it brought and still brings many uncertainties, particularly economic uncertainties that make it difficult for us to plan in advance for what we need to do to deliver services. So central to this year's budget, you've already heard that equitable investment is a high priority for us. And that equitable investment in our infrastructure, our services, our capital expansion. We have a growing community. It was demonstrated in the last census that our community is growing. We have to prepare for that growth, both present and in the future. And we need to actually attract and retain city employees who are the key to us being able to do the things that we do on a day-to-day basis. We saw when John made his presentation, most of our budget goes to personnel services. Because we are public service, that's what we do. We use our knowledge, our hands, our feet, our tools in order to deliver service to our residents. These priorities are evidenced by the inclusion in our preliminary budget projections that we've given you, the inclusion of step and performance increases for all of our employees, all of them. And we approximate that number to be around 5%. but it's very important to say we'll include every single employee that works for city government. It includes an additional $5 million to our street maintenance base budget. And we hear about the importance of good and excellent streets in our community as a high priority from our residents, from all of our stakeholders all the time. And programming of up to $25 million in equitable and green infrastructure investments that we are implementing programmatically with the half-cent tax increase that the council approved in previous year. So discussing and prioritizing all of these things, this is not easy. So I move at this point to a request of the council, which is that as we continue your discussion and prioritizing the city council new budget request, we would like to schedule another special session just for that. And what I would like to do is work with your administrative staff and city clerk to set a date and time for that. We do believe that another 2-hour session would likely be long enough for us to get through all of those requests and provide us the direction that we need as we continue to prepare the budget. Every single day, we're doing something with the budget. So we are hopeful that we can get this special meeting scheduled very, very soon. For those who have history with this, it's not the first time we've had to do something like this. It comes up often. And we like to, because we know you're very, very busy, potentially look at a day that you will already be focused on city services, which would be like a work session day, a day that the work session is already set up for, but adding some additional time to that. So we'll hear more about that request at later, but I'm hopeful I see head nods that you're okay with us doing that. Thank you very much. So at this time, I see my pink in the back saying he's not here.
More egg jokes.
I have been talking real slow, so staff know I'm always talking. I talk all the time, most times fast, but I've been talking very, very slow waiting for our guests to arrive. I know that's him right there. I know. So at this time, Andrew Holland, who is assistant budget director, is going to be walking very slow to this microphone as he will introduce our next speaker, who will present resident survey results from 2022. So thank you very much for being attentive to my opening remarks. And I see Andrew still walking very, very slowly up to the front. And here he goes.
You know it. It's all right. Well, I'm gonna shake everybody's hand. Shake everybody's hand.
Yeah.
Take some selfies.
See, like, city council chose Durham as the city retreat.
Mayor.
Yep, it's an article, go back and forth.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Andrew Holland, currently serve as Assistant Budget Director, this meeting in the Budget Department. It's a privilege to be before you today. It's an honor to introduce Jason, who is outside. Just to give you some background, this is our 2022 resident survey in which BTC administers this survey every year. This is an opportunity for us to hear from our residents around city streets, parks, and our business operations. And yeah,
That's the best.
Yeah, I never got into it.
Yeah, right.
So I'd like to formally introduce and welcome Jason Morado, who is from the ETC Institute. He will provide you with a presentation of the resident survey results. So if you have any questions about the results, he will be able to field any questions that you need. Thank you.
All right. Nice to get you some coffee, some water.
Yeah.
I brought the water, so I'm ready.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It's the first I've been to this facility. First I went to, I think, the delivery area. That was, obviously did not look right. So, well, it's great to be here. My name is Jason Morado with ETC Institute, and we are a marketing research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for local governments. And we just finished for the 13th time conducting a resident survey for the city of Durham. So today I'm going to walk through the key findings at a fairly high level. The report is very detailed and comprehensive. So today we'll really focus on the key findings from the survey. So I do have just one slide on ETC Institute. We are based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 40 years, and in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 1,000 communities across the country, and that includes a lot of work throughout the state of North Carolina. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just a quick rundown of what I'll go through. We'll go over the purpose and methodology of the survey. What I call the bottom line up front are our main conclusions, boiled down to a couple of PowerPoint slides. And then I'll go through the major survey findings to show how we came to those conclusions. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major city services, and also to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. We're also able to measure trends from your previous surveys. Each year we tweak the questions, some of the questions a little bit, but most of the questions remain the same so that we can measure trends over time. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country, and that's based on surveys that we conducted at ETC Institute. So I mentioned this is the 13th time we conducted the resident survey. We've been doing this every year since 2015 in conjunction with the county. And before that, we conducted this survey every other year, going back to, I believe, 2005. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly select residents throughout the city. And that's our standard methodology for these types of surveys. Our goal was to receive at least 600 completed surveys. We had a good response. We ended up with 673. And the results of these 673 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error plus or minus 3.8%. So essentially that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3.8% from what we reported. So even for a statistically valid survey, the results are never perfect, but the margin of error is small. So now we'll take a look at some of the demographics of survey respondents. We had a good representation by age, or by gender, so this very much reflects the actual population of the city. We also had a good representation by race, ethnicity. This also very much reflects the actual population of Durham. And then we had a good representation by household income as well. So you see the breakouts among the different income ranges. So here we have a map of the city and the county. This survey is conducted for both city and county residents, includes both city and county services. For this presentation and for your report, it's based just on those 673 respondents who live within the city. We had an additional, a little over 200 extra surveys beyond that who live in unincorporated Durham County. The red dots are households that completed a survey, so we had a good distribution throughout the city. This is a similar distribution that we've had to the previous surveys. So here are our main conclusions from the survey. We found that residents have a positive perception of the city. Over 80% of respondents rated Durham as an excellent or a good place to live. And that's much higher than most other communities. We'll get that in more detail in just a little bit. 76% of respondents are satisfied with the overall quality of life. This year, overall, the satisfaction ratings are similar to what they were last year. And that's a good thing. A lot of cities we've surveyed over the past 6 to 8 months have seen more decreases than increases in satisfaction over the last couple of years. So this is a good thing that overall, the whole satisfaction is similar. In a little bit, we'll look at some of the specific areas that had among the biggest increases and decreases in satisfaction over the past year. When we compare your results to other communities, there were a couple things that really stood out. One is that you rated 9 percentage points above the national average for the overall quality of city services. And that's one of the most important questions of the survey, because they're asking residents to take into account all the services that you're providing and really give an overall satisfaction rate for how well you're doing. Typically, if your ratings for the overall quality of city services are good, it means you're doing well in a lot of these specific areas as well. And then another area that really stood out, they rated 22 percentage points above the national average for customer service provided by city employees. And that's one of the areas where you rated the farthest above other communities. And then the top overall priorities are overall quality of police services, public schools, maintenance of city streets, and affordable housing. And these have been the top few priorities really in the last few surveys. So first we'll look at some just general perceptions residents have of the city. Here we ask residents to rate their perceptions of Durham in a number of different ways. So the dark blue are ratings of very satisfied, the light blue is satisfied, the gray is neutral, and we interpret neutral as average or meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale. And then the pink and dark pink are ratings of dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So the blue are positive, the pink are negative. Overall, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. If you look at the top row, 76% of respondents are either very satisfied or satisfied with the quality of life in the neighborhood. And then if you look at this third row down, overall quality of service provided by the city, 60% of respondents are satisfied, compared to only 10% who are dissatisfied. So you've got a 6-to-1 ratio of those who are satisfied versus dissatisfied overall quality of city services. And that's a very good ratio. Typically that ratio is more around 4-to-1. Here we ask residents to rate their perception of Durham in a number of different ways. Again, positive ratings overall far outweigh negative. If you look at the top of the chart, over 80% of respondents rated Durham as either excellent or a good place to live. Durham also received high ratings as a place to work, as a place to visit, as a place to play, and as a community that values the diversity of residents. Now, this was the very first question on the survey. Here we asked residents to rate major categories of city and county services. So again, the blue are the positive ratings, the green or the gray are average, meeting expectations, and the pink are the negative. So again, overall, the positive ratings are good, they outweigh the negative. The highest rated areas were library services, EMS, fire services, water and sewer utilities, parks and recreation programs, and customer service of city employees. There are only a few areas that have more negative responses than positive, and those are the same ones we've seen in recent surveys: schools and then transportation-related services such as streets, pedestrian facilities, which primarily mean sidewalks, and the public transit system. So we also found that satisfaction with the overall quality of city services is high in all parts of the city. So here again, you have a map of the city and the county, and we broke the results out by geographic area. And we did this for every question on the survey, asked on a 5-point scale. So there are about 100 maps in the report like this. There's just a few we'll look at now. This is for the overall quality of city services. Now we broke the results out where unincorporated Durham County is the zone area. And then we broke the city out by pack area. So part of the league's crime. And that's what the dark black lines represent, is those values. So here for the overall quality of city services, the entire map is blue, which means that residents in all of these areas are satisfied with overall quality of city services. So this means you're doing a good job providing services equally in all parts of the city. When we look at it at the patch level. This map is for the overall quality of life in the neighborhood. Again, the entire map is blue, meaning that residents in each of these areas are satisfied with overall quality of life in the neighborhood. And this map is for how residents feel about Durham as a community that values the diversity of its residents. And again, the entire map blue, meaning that residents are satisfied when you break it down in each of these pack areas. So I mentioned that overall this year, the satisfaction ratings are similar to your previous year. Having said that, there are some areas that had bigger increases or decreases. These are the areas with the biggest increases in satisfaction over the past year. So ease of travel of bus, yard waste collection services, the condition of public yards, greenways and trails, the overall image of Durham, library services and programs, and in cultural programs. And then these are the areas with the biggest decreases in satisfaction compared to last year's survey. Management of development and growth, overall communication, traffic safety laws, Durham as a place to start a business, the condition of parking, pedestrian facilities, which primarily the sidewalks, then the ease of travel by water. And we also compared your results to other communities across the country. So for these next two charts, the dark blue line are Durham residents who are either very satisfied or satisfied, so a rating of a 4 or 5 on the 5-point scale. The light green are the ratings for residents in the Atlantic region. That includes the state of North Carolina as well as some surrounding states. And then the turquoise color or light blue are the results for residents from all across the country. This includes city and county services. The areas with the dark blue arrow means you're significantly above both the regional and national average. That includes library services, quality of fire and life safety programming, water and sewer utilities, parks and recreation programs, and then customer service of city employees. One of the areas where we rate the farthest above the regional and national average. 63% of your respondents were satisfied with the overall quality of customer service for city employees. And you can see the regional and national average are both around 40%. So more than 20% points above the regional and the national average. So here's some more comparisons for city and county services. For communication with the public, your ratings are just a little below the regional average, but still quite a bit above the national average. For codes and ordinances, you're pretty much on par with other communities. The areas where you do rate a bit lower are overall quality of food protection, bicycle facilities, public schools, maintenance of streets, and then public transit system. And this is similar to what we've seen in the last couple of years. Now, when we look at comparisons for perceptions of the city in a number of ways, one of the areas where you rate the farthest above the national average is Durham as a place to live. Over 82% of respondents feel Durham is either excellent or a good place to live. You can see the regional average is 60%. The national average is actually a little under 50%. So more than 30 percentage points above the national average. We also receive very high ratings as a place to work, as a place to visit, and as a community that values diversity. About 2/3 of respondents gave positive ratings in Durham as a community that values the diversity of its residents. And you can see the regional and national average are both just a little under 50%. And then here are comparisons for perceptions of the city and county in a number of other different ways. The ratings are a little below the regional and national average when it comes to the image and the appearance, as well as management of development and growth. but your ratings are quite a bit higher when it comes to overall quality of city services, which is that top row. And again, that's one of the most important questions on the survey, because they were asking residents to really give an overall satisfaction rating for how well they're doing. And your ratings are also higher when it comes to the value that residents receive for local property taxes. 40% of respondents are satisfied with the value they receive for property taxes, which seems like a low number maybe compared to some of the other ratings. But you can see the regional and national average are both at only 34%. So now we'll take a look at top priorities. Earlier, we saw the very first question on the survey, which shows satisfaction with major categories of city and county services. For the follow-up question, we asked residents, which of these services should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next couple of years? So you can see there's three that really stand out. And again, these are the same top three priorities you've seen in recent surveys. The top priority is police protection. Second is overall quality of public schools. And the third is maintenance of city streets. The other highest priorities are pedestrian facilities, sidewalks, and then public transit system. Now, some of you might remember this from previous years. This is what we call the important satisfaction rating. And this is the tool that we use to help communities set priorities. This analysis is based on two different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. And then as a follow-up, we ask which services are the most important to receive the most emphasis over the next couple of years. So the idea behind this is that those areas that have a combination of low satisfaction, but at the same time are the most important, should be highest overall priorities. The idea behind this is that you could have some areas where residents give low satisfaction ratings, but that doesn't necessarily mean they want you to invest a lot of money in those areas, because they just might not think it's that important compared to other services. This factors in both satisfaction levels and importance. The areas in pink are the highest priorities, and police protection, public schools, maintenance of streets, again, similar to what we've seen in recent years. The areas in yellow are also a high priority, but residents didn't rate those as being quite as important as the areas. So the high priority areas are pedestrian facilities, sidewalks, and the public transit system. Now, the areas in green are medium priority. Doesn't mean those areas don't need any attention, but making improvements to the areas in pink and yellow will impact the greatest number of residents. This is the important satisfaction rating for maintenance services. You can see the highest priority is the condition of public school facilities. Other high priorities are the condition of neighborhood streets, condition of sidewalks, parking, the appearance of landscaping on right-of-ways, streets, and public areas, and then the condition of bicycle facilities. And then we also had a question where we asked residents, which government services should be the highest priority for increased funding? So the dark blue show the results for this year's survey, the light blue are the results for last year's survey. And you can see both last year and this year, the two areas that really stood out as the highest priorities were public school operations and affordable housing. Those were the highest priority last year. The numbers have even increased a little bit this year. The other highest priorities this year were job creation and training, street maintenance, universal pre-K, and youth programs. So we also broke the results out by race and ethnicity to look at the results at a little more of a granular level. Now for these charts, since we're taking the sample, break it into smaller groups, there's a larger margin of error. So a difference of 5 or 6% doesn't mean as much here as it does for the overall larger sample. But for these next few charts, I broke the results out for Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. And then the bottom row shows the results for all 673 surveys. The blue line are results for this year's survey, the gray last year. So this first chart is for the overall quality of police protection. There's a couple things that stand out here. If you look at the blue line, the satisfaction ratings are very similar this year among Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. And these percentages are the percent of residents who gave a rating of either satisfied or very satisfied, so positive ratings. Compared to last year's survey, the ratings have improved a little bit for Black and white respondents. For Hispanic respondents, the ratings have increased quite a bit compared to last year. Last year, just under 38% of Hispanic respondents were satisfied with the overall quality of police protection. This year, it's just a little under 46%. So this shows how residents feel, how safe they feel when walking alone in the neighborhood during the day. So the results are very similar among Black and Hispanic respondents. A little over 80% feel safe in the neighborhood during the day. That number is quite a bit lower than white respondents, where 89% feel safe alone in the neighborhood during the day. You'll also know that the ratings have gone down just a little bit for Black respondents, a little bit more for white respondents. For Hispanic respondents, have gone down a little bit more compared to last year's survey. This shows the overall feeling of safety in Durham. So the results for Black and Hispanic respondents are very similar both last year and this year. Last year, about 32% overall feel safe in Durham. This year, it's up to about 40%. So a pretty big increase. For white respondents, the results are about the same this year as they were last year at 43%. This shows the overall police relationship with your community. So among Black respondents, the ratings have gone down a bit compared to last year's survey. We'll also go down a little bit, although not quite as much for white respondents, but the ratings have gone up a bit for Hispanic respondents compared to last year's survey. Now, for this chart, we're looking at dissatisfaction with affordable housing. So in this case, the lower number is better compared to the other charts where you want the higher number. So if you look at the bottom row, last year, 66% of respondents were dissatisfied with the availability of affordable housing. This year, it's at 70%, so it's gone up a little bit. And you can also see the dissatisfaction has gone up a little bit among each of the three groups. Not a significant amount, but between 2 and 4% between each of the three groups since last year. We also look at the current state of race relations. So for this chart, the results haven't changed compared to last year. The rates have gone down a little bit for Black respondents, but up a little bit for Hispanic and white respondents. And then for progress addressing racial equity. So here, overall, the results have improved a little bit compared to last year's survey. If you look at that bottom row, last year, 37% overall were satisfied with the progress addressing racial equity. This year's improved just a little bit at 39%. And it's also improved just a little bit among Black respondents, a little bit more among white respondents. It's improved by about 6%, almost 7% for Hispanic respondents. Then we asked about your experience engaging the city government process. So overall, the results are similar to last year. The ratings still have gone down a little bit for Black and white respondents, about the same for Hispanic respondents. The other thing that stands out here is that the ratings for Black and white respondents is about the same. 45% of Black respondents were satisfied with their experience engaging with city government. It's 43% for white respondents, but then quite a bit lower for Hispanic respondents. Only about 35% are satisfied with their experience engaging with city government. Then we look at how residents feel about Durham as a community moving in the right direction. Overall, the results are similar to last year's survey. We've seen a little bit of increase in satisfaction among Black respondents, a little bit more of an increase in satisfaction with Hispanic respondents, but a small decrease with white respondents over the past year. And then here we ask residents about Durham as a community that values the diversity of its residents. So if you look at the bottom row, last year 63% of respondents overall were satisfied with Durham as a community that values the diversity of residents. This year is up just a little bit, 66%. There's also been a slight increase in satisfaction among Black respondents, Hispanic, and white respondents. So small changes, but also small improvements among each of the groups. So earlier we looked at which government services respondents feel should receive the highest priority for increased funding. To the right are the top 5 priorities among the entire survey, all 672 respondents. And then we also are showing here the top 5 priorities among Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. So one of the things that stands out here is that affordable housing and public schools are by far the top 2 priorities among each of the 3 groups. For Black respondents, affordable housing was by far the highest priority. 81% selected that as one of the highest priorities for increased funding. Public schools was second. For Hispanic and white respondents, those are also the top 2. The public school was first, affordable housing second. After those top 2, the priorities changed along based on the group, and they're really kind of more jumbled together. Deal with Black respondents, the 3rd priority was job creation and training. That's 4th for Hispanic respondents, 5th for white respondents. For Black respondents, youth programming is the 4th highest priority. It wasn't in the top 5 for Hispanic or white respondents. Street maintenance was 5th for Black respondents. Wasn't in the top 5 for Hispanics. It was 3rd for white residents. Then if you look at Hispanic respondents, 3rd was sidewalk construction. That wasn't in the top 5 for Black and white respondents. We looked at job creation training already. Then the 5th highest priority for Hispanic respondents was social services. That wasn't in the top 5 for Black or white respondents. And if you look at white respondents, 3rd is street maintenance. We talked about that one. 4th is universal pre-K. That wasn't in the top 5 for Black and Hispanic respondents. And then 5th was job creation and training. That was the other one that was in the top 5 for all 3 groups. So just a quick recap, we saw our residents overall a positive perception of the city. Over 80% rated Durham as an excellent and a good place to live. We saw the national average is just under 50%, so that's more than 30 percentage points higher. Most residents also are satisfied with the quality of life in the neighborhood. The overall level of satisfaction is similar to last year's survey, but we saw some of those specific areas that have had the biggest increases and decreases over the past year. Overall, your ratings are pretty good compared to other communities, especially when it comes to overall quality of city services and customer service with city employees is one of the areas that really stood out. And then the top overall priorities. This is based on an important satisfaction rating, as well as that question we just looked at about which government services should receive the highest priority for this fund. So police protection, public schools, maintenance of city streets, and affordable housing. So that is everything that I had today. So if anyone has any comments or any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. I can just talk loud.
Yeah, there you go.
Great.
That's
Thanks, technology. Thank you, Jason. This is great. Always really interesting to see the results of this. I'm wondering, now that we have a number of years, it would be interesting to me to see like some trend lines.
Yeah.
Is that something that y'all could put together for us for like, you know, for some of these questions for like the past 5 years, some of the bigger questions to see if we're trending up or down generally? Because compared to last year was great, but it, you know, it'd be good to see what was before that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. You know, some of these questions we've asked for the last few years, other ones much longer. So yeah, absolutely, we can do that. I didn't want to overwhelm you with too much data in this setting, but yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, I've never been overwhelmed with data in my life, so feel free to
That's
say
good.
it all. Appreciate it.
I have a question. Thank you for this presentation. And so 2 questions. So the survey, was it just in English? Was it in different languages?
It was printed in English, but there was also instructions on the cover letter where residents get called, they want to have a survey administered in Spanish.
Okay. And in terms of the data presented, do you think there were any limitations in the survey in terms of that might kind of have barriers to the validity of the survey? Any limitations in?
No, I don't think so. We typically give very good representation of the city, the demographic questions. I think part of that is the way we administer the survey. We give people different ways they can fill it out. They can fill out the mail survey, print survey, and mail it back to us. They can also take the survey online, either by using our link on the survey or a QR code that's on the envelope. And then we also promoted the survey on Facebook and mailed out postcards. So we gave people a lot of different ways they could fill out. And they could even call if they want. The postcard had a phone number where residents could call if they wanted to do a survey over the phone. Which we don't do many of those, but we did actually have some people would call and wanted to do a survey over the phone.
Yeah, believe it or not, you do still have people who are not, don't have access to internet or computers. And then
Yes.
question number 19, your experience engaging with city government process, was that just the one question, was there other supplement questions under that question?
Yeah, that was a group of several questions. That was one of about 9 different options, where we asked residents different aspects of getting communication related questions. And those are all asked on that 5-point scale, very satisfying, very satisfying.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know how to make an entrance.
I didn't meet you, I guess so.
No, man, you're good. This is always a highlight among highlights for our budget service, so budget retreat. So it's good to see you. I'm wondering in the do you capture the time the respondents have lived in the city of Durham?
I believe that's a question to check. A lot of times we do ask that, the number of years they've lived in the city. We do ask that, yeah.
And do you also capture, do you know if there are any repeat survey takers? Is it just totally random? Do you know whether or not the people have ever filled one out before?
There's typically some, but most are not. It's a random sample, so each year it starts over. Every household in the city randomly selects which household will see the survey. So there's typically some repeats, but more so there are new people who haven't taken it, at least last year, may have taken it at some point over the past 15 years we've been doing the survey.
Is there a predominant, a predominant time frame for residency? Most of the residents in here under 5 years, more than 10. You know?
We do track that. It's a pretty good mix of those who are newer residents, so 5 years or less, all the way up to those who have lived in the city for more than 30 years. I think that charts in the full report, but it should be in there. But yeah, we do break that out by how long they live in the city.
Okay.
And we could even do a cross that breaks the results out by that, see if there are differences among newer residents compared to more long-term residents.
So in your industry, distinguish for me the difference between, like I know a lot of folks had issues with the appearance of Durham. I assume that means physical, but the perception is very high. How operationalize that for me? How do y'all see that as different?
One of the areas, and that's been the case for a number of years, the appearance rate is a bit lower. There's the one question. Well, one of the priorities among maintenance was, when you go to, the residents definitely have a positive perception overall of living in the city. When you look here for the maintenance services, one of the highest priorities typically is the appearance of landscaping, right of ways, streets and public areas. That's not all of it, but I think that is part of it. That's typically one of the areas that raises the highest priority. This is a line of sight, almost in yellow, is the appearance of major entryways to downtown. I think those are a couple of things.
So when you capture perception, are they asked questions about media stories or what friends talk about? How do you operationalize that?
We don't ask that. We just ask about their overall perceptions as a place to live, as a place to work, a place to play. We don't really ask why they have those things. Okay. That would be really kind of another, level of feedback we need to give. Don't always need to be, focus groups, more like qualitative.
But this is always very useful. I guess I also, just as I finish, want to congratulate our city staff, who both have a very, very high perception of the service delivery, which means that they're having a positive experience when they call us, which is good to hear for a government, that folks are having a positive experience when they interface with us. So congratulations, City Manager Page, and to your entire team for putting a face on our city and enjoyable. Thank you.
Good morning. Councilman Williams here. Another, if I remember correctly, communication with the public was a fairly lower one. I'm looking at the priorities that are there, and I'm wondering if better communication can probably impact some of these concerns. Real quick, are you all presenting this? Do you all present this to our county colleagues?
Yes, that presentation is on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's virtual though, so I'll be back in my office in Kansas, but yeah, that was Monday.
Cool, gotcha. And I only ask that because, you know, the city is a very complex enterprise, this giant bureaucracy. And, you know, residents don't really think of how to maneuver this complex system when they have a concern. They're just thinking about a concern. And I just think that, you know, the story that the state has told us today is just more efficient communication will solve a lot, well, not solve, but help folks better understand. The highest word is public schools. We do not fund the public schools, but they are within our, you know, within our, not jurisdiction, but, you know, geographically. You know, of course, police is here, you know, but we compared our police practices, our public safety practices, and all of the resources we have that we offer for public safety in comparison to our neighbors and just the national. Again, I think Durham is one of the most progressive cities when it comes to public safety, and that has to be communicated. The amount of streets that are owned by the state in the city of Durham, if that's not communicated, then it looks like we're not, you know, really keeping up with the streets. So I think what I got from this is, you know, there just needs to be some effective communication. And that's the, you know, sometimes community engagement can be a necessary evil because you get the same, you know, players that, you know, hijack that delicate area. But we, you know, and that's what the data told me, colleagues, that we can communicate a lot of this, and you know, I think we'll have some impact.
Communication, public education, all educating the public, all that definitely has an impact on these results. And overall, the communication ratings were not bad. They're pretty similar to the communities, but that is one of the areas that had a little bit more of a decrease over the past year compared to the year before. And these results are a snapshot in time. It could have been something particularly going on at that time. It's really good to look at the trends over time, which is why that's, you know, really important, looking at the results year after year after year.
And let me just add to that. I don't necessarily mean the city staff has to come up with new ways to communicate. Right. Because I think we're doing everything we can possibly do. There are ads everywhere. We're on YouTube right now. I mean, those of us that are going out in the community and talking to our constituents, we have to be more proactive on that.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. My apologies, I had a breakfast with him this morning, but I was in a little bit.
Can't believe you're late. I can't believe it.
Yeah, but so it's not here. Well, somebody had to show up. I just wanted to make sure, this youth programming, I'm noticing, I mean, it's for the Black and African American. Can you speak to where it might have fell for Hispanic and white or overall? Just because it looks a little weird, and the same thing for the sidewalk and construction.
Yeah, I have to look at the full report to see where it fell. Yeah, the youth programming you mentioned. Yeah, I believe it wasn't too far out of the top 5 for Hispanic or white respondents, so it wasn't significantly lower, but it was a few spots down.
And then the same thing, I would love to see where, so once it gets into the top 5, I would love to see where it was for the few that don't for other groups, because it paints a picture.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have the results for all of these. There were 11 different items asked, so it felt too busy to show all of it, but yeah, we definitely did have those results for how these break down. Typically, the things that were in the top 5 for one group and not the others didn't fall too far below the top 5, 6, 7, or 8 in a lot of cases.
Thank you. I really appreciate these statistics being shared as part of this budget process, and over the years, evolving to actually include this it's been like, how do you use it? And I think I'm coming to a way that we can actually see some things, but I do agree with Councilmember Johnson that if we could get some more trend lines, that would be helpful to see how we're doing. Because I think we're comparing ourselves nationally and regionally or what have you, and it's nice to compare yourself to yourself more than 1 year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have years worth of data for most of these questions. So yeah, absolutely. We do that.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the great presentation. Real quick, with the effectiveness of the communication with the public, that was just a general question. It wasn't, how some of it's like city employees or city services and it distinguishes it. So it's really unclear where that is. It city, is it school, is it not right? Like it seems to be just pretty broad. So
yeah, that was a general question. That was one of the ones asked on the very first question on the survey. We're really asking about those areas that more of the big picture departmental. We did ask some more specific questions about communication later on in the survey, but that was just kind of broad overall.
okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you so much. Enjoyed your presentation. We'll turn it back over to our budget manager.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
So we're running a little ahead, but that's okay. I think I would suggest we take our break of 15 minutes now, come back at what do we say, 10:13 or something like that. And what we may do is have the strategic plan presentation next. Thinking about the office we got out of here early today. I'll choose myself and say, so 50, thank you.
Yeah.
So did you see what I was saying?
Yeah, right. Yesterday. Now it's like that again today. Just for this, yeah. That's a little bit today.
I didn't want to.
Yeah. But this, I think it's just right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay. 3 years. This year, previous year, and then.
Yeah. Okay, because we have friends who did the whole, they're all over the country, and one of their sons went up and played in junior league hockey in Canada. Like, and he's not interested in it. He's got other interests, and he wants to. That's good. You don't. You don't. Once you go down that rabbit hole, like that is your life, that is your job, that's what you do. Like, I like it. That's cool. That's
Good
good.
morning again, everyone. 10:15, and we're gonna go ahead and get started. All right, now turn it over to.
Good morning. No, actually, swap places, and Dr. Walden will be coming in after us. So I'm Shari Metcalfe, and I'm here with Elaine Hamilton, and we oversee the strategic plan refresh process. So we're here today to give you a update on that, and then we'll get to the assignments that I know y'all will personally I love to hear what you have to say. So so I was with you all in October. I gave you a brief look down at what was going on with our refresh, what we were doing, what we were coming up with. And today we're going to do something similar. But really October and today are just, they're really just kind of teasers to get you all excited for our big reveal that's going to happen at the end of May. We will be coming forward with our full plan. I'm very excited. There may or may not be some confetti involved with that big reveal, but we're excited. So we're going to start out with Cecily. She's going to come up here and talk about some of the work we've been doing and some of the engagement efforts that we've done. We've tried some things very different this go around. We're really excited to talk about that. And then I'm going to come in at the end and share about those results that came from that engagement and talk about our next steps. All right, let's go ahead and you are my subject.
Hello. Hello. Turn the power. Green light. There's an hour.
This is why I want the microphone. Hello. Oh, excellent. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My first time presenting to you all, which as a local governor is very exciting for me. My first few slides are going to be just a review of our strategic plan. A lot of stuff you know, but just want to review it for anyone who may be watching from home because it's great to revisit this information. So a strategic plan is really a roadmap. It's really a way of just looking at where we are now and where we're going to be going in the future, where we want to go. It's also a great way to organize our long-term vision into shorter-term priorities, in this case, 3 to 5 year increments. And it's also an excellent way to communicate to residents and employees what are the measurable steps we're taking to get to our desired long-term outcomes. And also to connect, as we discussed yesterday, we have limited resources, eggs are expensive, and so how do we connect those limited resources to our highest priorities? So it's just some strategic definitions. I'm going to kind of skip this because I think y'all know this, and I'm going to kind of talk about more in the next slide. So here we start at the top. We have our mission and our vision, which is approved by you all, our council. This is our guideposts for everything that we do here at the state. The strategic plan is no exception. We have 5 goals with the city of Durham, and these goals are kind of our big priorities. These tend not to change much. These stay pretty stable over time. What was important 5 years ago is still important now in terms of these larger goal areas. And then we have, under each goal area, we have about 3 objectives, and these were developed by staff, and then we did extensive community and employee engagement around them. And we'll talk about those in more detail a little bit later on. And then initiatives are really what we do. These are actual activities, projects, and programs, the actual work that we do. Initiative is not a verb, but in this case, it could be a verb because it's exactly what we do. And these are developed by staff as well as informed by our long-term plans. So the goal of this refresh, why do we do a refresh? We think it's really important to reevaluate, almost like a gut check, kind of look at our current priorities and see if there's still what are the priorities of residents,
our officials and our staff. I think there's still what we should be doing. And it's also a way to get y'all involved, get our residents involved, get our officials involved, and employees involved. It's also a great way to funnel activities from our long-term plans into our strategic plans. So we're really lucky that we have a lot of long-term plans, such as the comprehensive plan, small business plan, and our carbon neutrality renewable energy plan. Our staff has worked really, really hard at developing these plans. And they have a lot of really incredible action items as part of these plans that they've done a lot of research on, as well as extensive community engagement around them. So we really want to kind of use this opportunity to funnel those into our strategic plan, find the ones that should be done in the next 3 to 5 years and make sure those are represented. So again, you've seen this before. Last time we spoke to you all was in October, where we were in the process of developing our objectives and working with staff and about to do our community engagement. Very happy to report that we are on track. We're back here with you all now to get feedback on our objectives, and we're currently in the process this spring of working on developing those initiatives. This is really the most difficult part of the strategic plan, because the initiatives we're really trying the most thought and development, because they're actually what we're going to be doing the next few years to reach our desired outcomes. And we still plan to come back to you all and have the strategic plan be adopted as part of the budget process. So we'll be back to you all at the end of May. And then hopefully this will be adopted in June. So in the fall, just a quick to talk about what we've done so far. We facilitated meetings with our department leadership for each goal area, really doing an environmental scan. And so much has changed in the past few years. We really wanted to capture that as a part of this refresh process, which has met with our department leadership to look at what are emerging challenges and opportunities. And we used that to, the outcome of these meetings was a list of potential focus areas, so our objectives that we would then focus on for the next few years. And very excited to say that we reached out to 543 employees and collected surveys on the objective areas for our innovative and high-performing organization goal area. And we're very excited we did this through in person as well as online with the help of our communications department. We're grateful for all the assistance they gave us. And that's why we are able to reach out, I think it was about 20% of our employees. So we're really, really proud of that. Also, this is also what we're most proud of this year. We really wanted to try something new. Most jurisdictions don't do extensive community engagement around their strategic plans, but here in the city of Durham, as we established yesterday when NAS spoke, we really value, we're really committed to equitable community engagement. So we wanted to, our office wanted to try something new this year. So we really focus on hearing from residents and making sure that we draw a direct line through what our priorities are in our plan and what are the actual priorities of our residents. So we were able to collect 876 surveys, as 203 via focus outreach, which included visits to in-person to the Holland Center, Beaver Street Rec Center, Preschool Place, Hillside High, El Centro, Innovate Durham, and multiple visits to the Durham bus station. So we were able to really meet with residents and hear from them. And as well as use the resident satisfaction survey, which, as we heard earlier, is statistically significant. So we feel it's really represented Durham in a statistically significant way. And we also were really excited to be able to build on the in-house expertise of NAS with their equitable engagement blueprint, which we use to kind of think about how we want to do this engagement, as well as we're really lucky to have underscore budgeting at EMS, which we were able to also, we kind of followed them around when they were doing their engagement. So that was really fortunate that we really had all these folks in the state of Durham who were doing this work, and we could really build on that. So what does engagement look like? Just to give an example, they received a survey, a paper survey in English and Spanish, where they had about 5 to 7 objectives per goal area, and they were able to then prioritize, ask them to pick their top 3. And then we're really excited that when we got the results and we shared them with executive leadership, the top 2 to 3 priorities from our residents and employees actually ended up in our recommended objectives for the strategic plan. So we feel that it is actually very representative of their priorities. And next, I'm going to pass on to Shari, who's going to share out the details of what those objectives actually are.
Thank you, Cecily. I'll take that.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through each of our goals and talk about those 3 objectives. Don't think you're gonna see anything too shocking. I think we're very aware of what our residents and what they find important. That's what we hope you're gonna see in front of you. Also keep this in mind, this is important. These are working titles only. They will be built out much more when we get a more holistic approach when we are done with our initiative. So we know there's some work to do around this language. We use a lot of city speak sometimes, and we want to definitely make this much more friendly and useful for our residents in the future. So keep that in mind. So we'll start with goal 1, our shared economic prosperity. I keep looking up here when it's right there. We have 3 objectives. So the first one, tools and resources to promote small businesses and local entrepreneurs. It's nothing, that is a continuation of what this goal has been focused on for quite some time, really looking at our neighborhood businesses. Build a town to be competitive workforce. You saw that today in our resident survey, just how important that is. And this last one, really building connections between job seekers and quality job opportunities. This is very heavy in OEWD's wheelhouse, working with companies and businesses, making sure that we have the right training in place for our community. Going on to safer community together. The first 2 objectives, not surprising, they came from our last plan as well, our reduced harm and building trust between our neighbors and our public safety providers. This third one is very new, and as you heard yesterday from our HR director, this is definitely a pain point in the city. You're going to see something very familiar in another goal as well. This one is really focused around recruitment, retention, and the wellness of our public safety staff. It's different than the rest of the city. It's very unique, and so we think there's some unique solutions to that. In our connected, engaged, inclusive communities, this is really the heart of the strategic plan is our goal 3. These 3 objectives, the first one about our community voices and local government. We're going to continue and elevate the work we're doing with our engagement efforts in the city. Clearly, that is an important part of what we do. Number 2, I don't think we could even have a strategic plan without making housing more affordable being a part of that. And then our last one is more about expanding our resident access to digital resources as well as our community programs and our resources. So making sure that we're connecting residents with the services that we offer. And goal 4, our innovative and high performing organization goal. This is our internal services goal, more of our employee one. This is the one we had our employees prioritize objective ideas for this one. So our first one, strengthen our interdepartmental collaboration. This is just about how we need to be able to communicate and collaborate better internally within our own departments, but also within other departments. If we do that better, then we'll be better at our services for our community. Number 2, this is the one I spoke of a moment ago, recruit, retain, and advance our workforce. So again, a second one, we all know why. And number 3, this one, yes, of course, this one's in here, are advancing and embedding equity in programs and services. This one really is going to be looking at not only internal processes and policies that we have in place, but also looking at how we perform the services and the processes that go out to our community as well. And our last, but definitely not least goal, our goal 5, thriving and vibrant environment. We have maintained and improved in existing infrastructure. You saw this all over our resident survey this morning about our roads and streets and sidewalks. Our expand renewable energy and energy efficiency strategies. We are very lucky that we have a carbon neutrality plan that will be used to feed into this one private, as well as the comp plan, which will be used throughout the plan. There's a couple hundred action items in that comp plan that we'll be looking at as well for initiative ideas. And our last one is divert waste to alternative innovative strategies. So we're looking forward to see what our solid waste department and their collaboration with other departments to see if we come up with that. So I am now going to take you away from the refresh, and for 1 minute, I want to focus on another part of the strategic plan, which is the all-important implementation of that plan. So I talked about this in October, we're going to talk about it today, and I'm for sure going to talk about it in May, but we spent a lot of time right now on the development of a strategic plan, but it is not the most important part of a strategic plan. It is the implementation of a strategic plan. I'm a local government geek. I have been in local government my entire adult life. I have been in multiple organizations, and every single one of them has had a strategic plan. It's not until I came to Durham that I actually understood, oh, you can actually do something with that strategic plan and nice fancy covers on them. And yeah, that was about it. So And that's an important part of our strategic plan. And so one of the things that we do a number of things. We have an online dashboard that we update and provide to residents. We use it definitely in the budget process. We use it just to talk about what we do, and we organize things by our strategic plan. But one of the things that we started some years back was the Durham Strategy and Performance Meeting. We call it DSAP internally. And these meetings are held once a month, where we look at those initiatives, those working items that departments are working on. We bring people together, including our city manager, our deputy city managers. This is a 2-hour meeting. It's not like some quick little, half an hour. It is a commitment to do this every month. People behind you, half of them, I think, are part of that as we speak every month. And part of those discussions is looking at a long timeline. You can see up here, it's a very small little slide here, but looking at a year in advance. What are the main deliverables? What are those main milestones that are part of this initiative? What are we looking forward to? And part of that means at the end, very end of the 15-minute update, because we go through quite a few initiatives. Departments share out the next A, B, C, and D. We're going to do A, B, C, and D between now and the next time that we're in front of this group. And then the next time, fast forward a couple months, 3 months, they come back and they start the presentation with, okay, I told you I was going to do A, B, C, and D, so this is where we are with A, B, C, and D. And it's been such a great way to see this continuation and this progression of those initiatives that is such an important part of this. And I know Cecily and I started brainstorming how you, when we get our plan adopted in June, the implementation of it, and we want to do a better job at really doing storytelling around that, because it's great for us to see it, but we'd like to share that out more with our residents, just how things progress over time and how exciting it is to see that. All right, I'll go back to the refresh now. That was just my 2 cents on the implementation. So what's next? So we are in the all-important initiative development meeting right now. We started this week. We're continuing on. It will take a couple months. This is really the most fun, but also the most challenging part of strategic planning. Behind you, you have some amazing people that have amazing people that work for them, and there's no problem coming up with ideas for initiatives. The challenge is how do we get that number down? As the budget office likes to remind us, we do have limited resources. We can't do everything. We can't fund everything. So that's really the challenge. So to help us out this time, we are going to be working with a decision-making matrix. We want to look at the feasibility. How much are these initiatives going to cost? How many people are involved? Are we going to be able? What can we accomplish in the next 3 years? And then looking also at the impact. So what's the impact of that initiative on that objective, on that goal as a whole? And so we're hoping that decision-making matrix will make it a little bit easier to really fine-tune and hone in on the most important initiatives that will then make it into our plan. And then we will be back with you on May 24th to share out that plan with you all. And from there, we'll have an entire, getting it out to our residents and our employees. And then we start the all-important implementation part of the plan. So I like to end on this slide because we love to bring people to our website. I talked about a refresh, but we do have a current plan that we're also moving through right now. And that current plan is on this website. We have 13 initiatives that are going to be staffed on a monthly basis. So there's more information there about those as well as our city manager's annual report. That's just a great, really easy and to go through with graphics and numbers, and great for residents to take a look and see what we're up to. So, and with that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This is phenomenal. I'm always excited about the strategic plan process and appreciate how it's so alive. It's not flat, very dynamic. I just have a question about the surveying part. I appreciate that as well. And if you have any information about who you surveyed or how.
Yes, so we did track some demographical information around the surveys, especially, well, the surveys that go through the resident survey they have lots of demographical information. So the 200 plus that we did, and Cecily and I went out and tagged along with the PD folks and went to the bus station and other places. We had some demographical by race, I believe, that we were tracking.
And as well as location. So just figuring out where folks are from to make sure you're not like in one primary location and not others.
So we were pretty spread out. We did we didn't want to go everywhere. We were trying to focus our engagement to certain areas, which is why we went with PD, the same neighborhoods and the communities they were going to. We were looking for people that we don't hear from very much. That's the group we were trying to target for those. So we were definitely not like random, like the survey.
So good morning, good to see you all. Was really looking forward to this presentation because from time to time, as I'm walking through City Hall, we have a poster. It's a strategic plan with the signature of the council members that passed. And I remember, wondering to myself a couple of times, yeah, I'm gonna revisit this. So this is really, really exciting. I appreciate the observation that in Durham, we actually try and do the strategic plan. And oftentimes I'll think about the work product of the council over the years and how it actually aligned with our values, our stated values, and the plan's only as good as the leaders that embrace it and adopt it. With that said, I'm wondering about scoring. Is there some mechanism in the strategic plan or around the strategic plan where we're actually looking at our policy outcomes and work product and scoring? Whether or not, I know we should do it self-policing as council members, but I wonder if we formalize any way of saying, yeah, that kind of comports with our strategic plan, or is it just a hope that elected leaders will do it?
You mean like for budget requests?
Well, just policy period. Yeah, it could, so budget's certainly a good place to start, but whether it's electrifying the fleet, do we say, okay, that's a check mark for our strategic plan? If it's something that's affordable housing, if we're putting money into affordable housing initiatives, is there somewhere, is there a cheering team somewhere saying, okay, strategic plan, check mark?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So I would say that where the rubber meets the road with a lot of these things is, Shari already mentioned it. In some cases, we're trying to manage limited resources, so it's this puzzle. But in some cases, there are items that touch money, and this group is extremely aware of that. So something may be on a 3 or 5 year time horizon, and we're working towards that in the DSAPs, but eventually that time horizon is going to match up with the current budget. So when they submit that item in the current budget, everything gets scored from a budget request to a CIP request. And part of that scoring process is alignment, stickiness with the strategic plan. Is this something that we identified 3 or 5 years ago or on a horizon that we aspired to complete? That's kind of without using a lot of fancy language, how I would express it.
No, and that you mentioned, I do recall on our council request and the paperwork we filled out, I do recall seeing that. I admit, first it was like, well, we're the council, I was being totally transparent, but it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I'm wondering, even before when requests are made on the front end, I'm wondering if we're looking back after the fact as well, because sometimes the council acts when we're just doing our regular work outside of the budget process. When we're looking at council output and saying, that was a good kind of, maybe that's something we should be doing just as a council.
We're getting better at that. Certainly, it's something in the capital improvement plan we began to do a couple of years ago. How many requests are reactive and how many requests were planned?
Right.
Was a question we began, and we have a metric around that. And we're getting better at that. One of the things, I think, a recommendation that came out of our budget survey last year was so we adopt this budget, but then we don't do a very good job, although there's a letter of transmittal and all of that. We weren't, I believe it was Equity Inclusion that made this suggestion, that said, can you talk about what was asked for and out of what was asked for was done? So we can get some idea about on a roadmap what we're able to do and what we didn't do. So that's something that was a recommendation expressed by Equity Inclusion last year, and it's something we're planning to incorporate this year.
Thank you. Excellent work. Can't wait for the new poster.
It is on the list. Kind of a sore spot with me, but it's definitely on the list.
Hello.
Switch.
Hello.
All right. First of all, thank you so much. Like you, we've been involved over a 37-year career in writing strategic plans, evaluating strategic plans, and now shout out to my NCC students, just the rest of teaching 96 students in 3 sections of leadership community organization, and they have to actually do a strategic plan. Right, so they definitely will look at this, but I love the fact that it's user-friendly. I look at it a lot in terms of, me being appointed in May and just trying to kind of catch up on what we really are doing. So when I'm out speaking, I look at this a lot. But also, is there like, and you might have said this, the evaluation piece of our priorities, is there an evaluation piece in terms of,
Like at the end of the strategic plan, we do, at the end of the strategic plan, we do an annual report. We talk about, the initiatives and what happened. We also have performance measures, and we did not mention that, and we should have. But at the end, we do performance metrics around it, and that's also a big part of our dashboard to residents. And so that's a big piece that have numbers in your accounts, right? You're looking at data. So that is part of this. It's just something we do at the very end after we have our initiatives in place.
Yeah, because we also use like a PERT chart when we go through the different steps of, thank you. Love I love this stuff. I'm like a nerd with it, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. This is really, really helpful. I like the focusing more that we've been doing lately of, just having a stronger focus on fewer initiatives. That seems like a good direction. And I just wanted to share what we were talking about during the break. I'm in right now leadership roles in 3 organizations, and I'm part of 2 other organizations. This is the strategic plan that I have internalized the most. Like I could quote the city strategic plan to someone. I could not quote any of the other ones. So I just think that, that speaks to like how we actively use it in the work that we're doing, that we, I'm consistently asked whenever I have a request or something that I want the city to move, like to do, well, how does that fit into our strategic plan? And I think it really helps focus us on on the big picture goals, and it's really helpful, especially for, I want to do a lot of things. And I'm always, I have a lot of ideas, and being demanded to okay, find the line of the strategic plan that says we're doing this thing is, I think really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning for the great presentation. I just wanted to comment. I love the dashboard. I think it's really helpful. I like the dashboard. It makes me happy. And I like that we have dashboards across, I think of the sustainability roadmap. I just think it's just a very user-friendly way for our residents to interact. And I just want to comment, I like the fact that y'all were out with PD and that we were bringing that resident voice. I think when former Mayor Schul passed NIS at the time, and I think it was a really small window, it was like, you're gonna create an equitable engagement blueprint in like 90 days or 60 days, I can't remember. And at that moment, to me, it's just a moment of how seriously city staff and how that decision has now been embedded. You see the through line for PD, and now we're seeing it with the strategic plan. And so I do think, and then when you look at resident survey, it does connect back with what the perception of city residents are with city government. And so there, you see to me, you see the outcome in those places and how people perceive our city employees and the deep satisfaction that there is in the city, especially when you think about regionally and nationally. And so I just have a lot of gratitude for this, and I'm really excited about the date in May when you all are going to come back. And I think we're just going to continue to get better and better. It's one of the reasons that Durham is highlighted so much nationally. I've been in calls where they've lifted up Durham to say, so this is actually how a strategic plan process should work. Your residents should be able to look at a budget item and understand how it relates to them in a very real way. And I just think that the city does an excellent job, and just a lot of gratitude for everyone. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you also for this. I have more of a engagement question. So the surveys collected were only from residents and staff.
Right, so we have paper surveys that we went out to with residents and our employees, and then we had the resident satisfaction survey. It was part of the survey that went out.
Is this where we engage any practitioners or residents as practitioners?
not in this process, this was it was a paper survey that we went out and spoke with people and kind of worked through with them, and they just were asked to prioritize their top 3 in the list. We try to keep it as simple as possible. It's also a very long survey, so we had to keep it as simple as possible.
Got you. And the reason why I'm asking, this is our city's strategic plan. And I'm thinking about, the folks who are, not only living in the city, it's almost like, you're a pedestrian when you're walking, you're driving. So I'll use the first one, strategic, the shared economic prosperity. So we come up with that goal, we come up with the objectives. I guess what I'm trying to say is part of the strategic plan for a city includes not only, government employees or residents, but, like the small business community or, or any other productized practitioner that plays a significant, role in the community. Did we not engage that at all?
So thank you for that question, sir. So one of the things that you did hear staff mention here is we do a lot of engagement in a lot of different places. And what we are doing, you also heard it yesterday, we are not just taking fresh opinions, but we also are incorporating impressions, poll surveys and other kinds of information, focus groups, any other kind of information that we can get. Because we know our community is 360. So an example would be, we did a small business survey. That small business survey gave us the impressions at the time, along with recommendations for improvement. And so we take, we don't just do those surveys and just, put it to the side. We're constantly mixing it with new information. We actually are planning right now, have funded another business survey because the last one we did, I think, was about 2 to 3 years ago. And we're still implementing recommendations that came from that. So we want to make sure that we're not missing any stakeholders. Obviously, sometimes we send a survey or we talk to a person who is a resident. They also might own a business. They're bringing that part of them into the response to questions. But we still also have to do very specific, receive impressions and information from very specific groups. And that is how we incorporate it.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. And I think that's what I'd like to see in this report. This shows that we developed a city strategic plan with only resident and city employee feedback, or at least that's what I'm getting from it. So I'd like to see those other components, but we're collecting that data and we're talking about a holistic strategic plan for the city. And I want to see all of the stakeholders that are involved in that.
I think that's an excellent point, and we can just maybe put some other words around that. We certainly leverage the work that other departments have done around surveying, because although we hear that the community wants to be engaged, we also hear, why are you asking me that question before you already asked me the question? So it's trying to be sensitive to not fatigue people and make sure, we went through 3 years of the whole planning process, that we use that information and we don't have to redundantly do it again.
I was just gonna add, I appreciate that question as well. I think I might have put this in, just in trying to get to where the surveys were coming from. And so just knowing that the PD aspect of it was that they were trying to reach a hard to reach population, one we don't normally reach. And so I acknowledge that we always use all of the different stakeholder surveys that we use in this strategic planning process, but it's a great question for clarity because I did ask that. And when you said PB, I knew exactly what you meant. Thank you.
Thank you all for a great presentation this morning, and
I don't have any further comments other than that, and then have to keep us moving along. Thank you for great work that you all are doing out there in that land. So we'll turn now to our next presentation. And I believe that will be Dr. Michael Walden. So we turn now.
Good morning, I have the honor of introducing Dr. Walden today. We are delighted to have him in person again. As John said, it's been about 3 years, and I think the last time Dr. Walden was with us, he was trying to give us some information and advice on something called COVID. So, which we all know has changed our lives greatly. So, let me get, I know that you all are anxiously waiting to hear his presentation, so let me give you a little bit of information about Dr. Walden. Dr. Walden is the William Neal Reynolds Distinguished Professor Emeritus at North Carolina State University and President of Walden Economics Consulting, LLC. During his 43 years on the faculty at NC State, Walden has become recognized as an expert on the state economy and public policy. He is a frequent contributor to the national and state media, and he continues to write a bi-weekly newsletter column distributed throughout North Carolina. He has won numerous awards, including 2 Champion Tough Awards for Excellence in Broadcasting, the UNC Board of Governors Award for Excellence in Public Service, the Holiday Medal for Excellence from North Carolina State University, and the Order of the Long Leaf Pine. So it's my distinct pleasure. Welcome, Dr. Walden.
Well, thank you for inviting me again. Good to see all of you in person. Thank you for that nice introduction. I always like to start with a little levity, and I don't have many jokes. Economists aren't known for their jokes, but so some of you who've been on the council a long time, you may have already heard that. I did retire 2 years ago. COVID was part of that. I had a plan. Obviously, you heard that I do consulting now. But I had a colleague a number of years ago who retired, and his plan was to take up activities that he didn't really have time to do when he was working. And one of those activities was to learn how to skydive. Oh, big that, I guess. Learn how to skydive. Did I tell you this before? So he took lessons, did several jumps where he was attached to an expert. And finally, he got the notice he was ready to do the solo jump, first time. His family was all excited. His wife, his children, some of his grandchildren were waiting for him at the site where he was supposed to land. He successfully jumps and lands, no injuries, but it was not where he was supposed to land, nothing to do with the air currents. So he looks around, all he sees is corn. He's in a cornfield. So as he's trying to figure out what he's going to do, which direction he's going to walk, he sees in the distance a speck coming toward him. The speck is getting bigger and bigger, finally gets to where he is. It's a person. Looks like a farmer, overalls. And so the skydiver looks at the farmer and says, where am I? And the farmer says, well, you're in my cornfield. The skydiver looks back at him and says, I bet you're an economist. Farmer's a little surprised, but he said, yeah, actually, I do have a degree in agricultural economics. Farming is very complicated today. It's more about planning. You have to know about financial markets. How did you know I was an economist? The skydiver says, because you told me something that was absolutely true, but of no use to me whatsoever. So I always like to tell a joke. I lower the bar. If I didn't get any useful information at all, you think, oh, this is success. Okay, the title of my presentation, I think, really explains where we are collectively. And incidentally, I'm going to be operating at the 30,000 foot level. We've been through a lot of trauma over the last several years, the pandemic. Hopefully that's under control. But now what do we see? Inflation. Inflation's a big issue.
Several polls indicated that's still the number one issue. And then now, to top that off, oops. Okay. Now to top that off, what are we hearing? Recession. So what is going on? How do we get here? How do we get out of it? And what's the immediate prospect for the future? So that's what I'm going to try to help you with. This is a picture. I'm not going to get into the weeds of the measure here, but this is a picture of the path of the economy over the last 3 years. Red is North Carolina, green is the U.S. Look on the left-hand side. Oops, I turned it off. Okay, where's mine? No, okay. I did. Okay. Okay there. Okay, now we're back. Okay, I need technical assistance. I gave a talk. Oh, there we are. Okay. I gave a talk in Wilmington yesterday to the hospitality industry in the state. Okay, thank you. And the tech, I said, where's the tech person? He raised it. I want you right up here. Okay. Look on the left-hand side, see a big drop in both lines. That's the COVID recession. Somewhat of it's an interesting recession because it wasn't like, I mean, I've been a professional economist for 45 years. I think this was my 8th recession. Never saw a recession like this because really it was determined by policy. Policy being that we know we had to limit personal contact in order to reduce the spread of the virus. And most governors did that. This was primarily at the state level. Governor Cooper did that, as you know. He issued stay-at-home orders. He issued, he told several sectors of the economy, like the hospitality sector, I spoke to yesterday, actually not even open the doors. And we knew we were going to have a recession. We knew we were going to have a recession. I got several calls. And usually we get a call every week from someone in the General Assembly saying, Walden, Dr. Walden sometimes, but Walden, what's going to happen in unemployment in North Carolina? Well, it's going to go up. But how much? And pretty much my forecast would continue to rise as the calls got later into the recession. We actually peaked at 14%. Anyway, bad time, but then it was fortunately short-lived. By May of 2020, we were beginning to recover. Two things were behind that. One, we began to see the rules, the shutdowns loosened. Governor Cooper loosened his shutdowns and some companies were able to get back. Also, the stimulus money started to flow through. Congress passed an almost $2 trillion stimulus plan to the economy, and late March that began to flow. So as you look at the line, we've pretty much been growing since then. And in fact, right now, if you look at the far right-hand side, the economy is actually back, fully back, and actually bigger than it was pre-pandemic. If you look at, okay, no, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Oh, okay, next one, thank you. If you look at some numbers here, I don't like to look, I mean, my eyes glaze over when I look at numbers all the time. But if you look at the numbers here, what I've compared here for you to bring it down to more to home is to look at how the economy did at the national, North Carolina, and our big metro level in 2019 and 2020, which is going to include the pandemic recession, and then the recovery since then. We don't have any numbers yet for 2022 at the local level, metro level. And you can see in 2019 and 2020, negatives for the U.S., negatives for North Carolina. But interestingly, if you look at Raleigh, Charlotte, and Durham, Chapel Hill, that's the metro that you're in, all positives, all positive. That's amazing that on this area, the triangle area, we'll include Charlotte too, grew through this pandemic recession. I mean, that just says a lot about the effectiveness of the area. Then if you look at the second, I guess, third column, 2020 to 2021, this is a growth period. You can see growth numbers bounce back, but look at how strong they were in Raleigh, 12% compared to 6% at the national level, and Durham, almost 8%, again, compared to 6% at the national level. So again, just shows you how fast this area has been growing, how attractive it is. Next slide. Okay, I want to next go into, and this will compose the bulk of my time. The next thing I want to talk about are the three big issues that I think is on everyone's mind, no matter who I talk to. I talk to a variety of groups, labor market shortage, inflation, and recession. Those are the big three things on people's minds, whether you're in the private sector, public sector. So that's next slide. These are two pictures of the labor market. Left-hand side is the unemployment rate. Again, red is North Carolina. The U.S. is green. And you can see we went up to about 14% unemployment in the nation, as well as in North Carolina during the COVID recession. But big decline since then. And right now, at the national level, we have an unheard of unemployment rate for January, 3.4%, the lowest in 50 years. We don't have the North Carolina unemployment rate number yet for January, but I suspect it's going to be in that range. So big improvement in terms of unemployment. But the big issue is, all right, we've got jobs, your business, you got jobs, but we don't have people applying. And a number that picks that up is the labor force participation rate. Now, what is that, first of all? Labor force participation rate, first of all, is based on a base of everyone 16 and over. In other words, the developers of this number, which actually goes back to the 1930s, said or assumed everyone age 16 and over is a potential worker. And I know many of you and most of the groups I talk to, you think, oh, that sounds crazy. Why don't they change it? Well, they haven't. The number we've used since these numbers were developed in the 1930s. There are only two groups since they only excluded from the base, those people in the military and people who are in institutions. And then what this count simply calculates is, all right, of that large base, how many people, what percentage of people are working or looking for work? All right, if you go to the left-hand side, right before COVID hit, you can see at the national level, we were at 63.5%. North Carolina, we're at 61.5%. I always get the question, I'll go ahead and get it out of the way. Why is North Carolina lower? Are we doing something wrong? No. We have, as a percent of our population, more retirees than the nation. And retirees are included in the base. Okay, and you can see during COVID, you can see dips in both those numbers. What improvement, but the key difference here compared to the unemployment rate is we're not back to labor force participation, the levels we were prior to the pandemic. We're about 1.5% down for both the nation and North Carolina. And actually, North Carolina's had a downward trend recently. What would that mean if we were back to pre-pandemic levels of labor force participation? We have about 2 million more people working nationally, and we have about 50,000 people working in North Carolina. Next slide. All right, big question is why? Why is labor force participation down? Well, before I get to this, I should tell you, labor force participation in the country has actually been trending downward. It's not just the COVID thing. It's been going down for the last 3 or 4 decades. There are a number of factors here, aging population. Again, as you get older, even though that population is included in the base for labor force participation. Usually when people get older, like me, they retire, and so they're not working. So we have a bigger part of our population now in that upper age category. We also saw, to coincide with that, we saw a lot of retirements among people in that upper age category. Interestingly, you might ask why, or is it all because of COVID, or are people who are older who are afraid to go back? Maybe they had a job pre-COVID. Are they afraid to go back because of COVID? That may be part of it, but there's an interesting study that just came out. This is literally hot off the press, that some economists did and argued that one of the reasons why elderly people will say over age 65, I'm certainly in that category, people over age 65 are not working at the rates they were pre-COVID, not just due to COVID, but it was due to the fact that they took advantage of the hot housing market in 2020, 2021. I'll talk more about that later, and sold their house, made big profits, and therefore said, hey, I don't need to work to supplement my retirement fund. I made all this money in the housing market. So that's an interesting sidebar. The other, if you go down to bullet point 3, the other, probably in my opinion, the more interesting observation we can is the labor force participation among people at the other end of the age scale, 18 to 24, is down, and it's down more than average. Now, you might say, well, they're in school. No, the measures account for that. They adjust for that. It's an apples-to-apples comparison. And there's a lot of head scratching that economists are doing. Why are young people 18 and 24, why are not working at rates they were pre-pandemic? Now, I can't give you any absolute answers to that. I can give you some speculation, because this is really not yet been studied in detail by economists. One speculation is that student loans, they get now in the news, as you know, but you probably know also that even going back to the previous administration, both the Biden administration, Trump administration, have suspended interest payments on student loans. So if you, and I don't know exactly, I mean, at a certain point when someone graduates and they got to start paying back the student loan. That's not happened for 3 years. Federal government said, no, we'll take a pause, and it's still paused. And furthermore, the payment that you should have made in the past, we're not gonna hit you with that with interest on top of that. So that average is $250 a month. Average student loan payment is $250 a month, obviously for some less, for some a lot more. So one possibility is that for people, there's young people who are graduated and they're out there in the workforce, they're looking at their expenses and say, oh, right now I don't have to pay that. Maybe that loosens or reduces their incentive to work. Another reason, and yesterday when I was talking to people in the hospitality industry, boy, they really perked up with this. Another reason appears to be that, and this sort of gets outside of my lane as an economist, it's more psychology, is that young people have a different view of work now, different view of work. When I was a young person starting my first job, my motivation was, I gotta work, and I gotta take what's available. Same with my wife. And nothing I'm gonna say here is a criticism of young people, not at all. I'm just giving you the perspective. But if you hear a lot of information about young people, is they need, if they're going to work, they need to believe in the company and what the company's doing. Because to them, work is more than just working. They want to know, how are they contributing to society, making society better? That's important to them. They also want flexibility. They have a greater interest in a work-life balance. And again, this is all praiseworthy in my opinion. So, and on top of that, the fact that we have a very tight labor market has allowed many of them to be picky. And you might be saying to yourself, well, if they don't take a job, how do they live? This is where another statistic comes into play. You've probably heard about this. There's a record percentage of people in this age category who are living with their parents. So anyway, so that's an issue. And I think it is an issue that may be very much an issue for the city of Durham hiring people. But it's something that the business groups I talk to are very keen on. Next one. Now, there's also been going on in the labor market a labor reallocation. I'll give you a personal example. My late father was a carpenter all his life. Came back from World War II, trained to be a carpenter, worked in that, I think, until about age 62. Would have worked longer, but he just couldn't do it physically. Tough work. He would periodically be what he called laid off, primarily due to the weather. And he'd collect unemployment compensation, and then when the weather, this came in to say that this was in the north of Ohio. This was mainly November, December, January, February, be the key months. So we expected that. He collect unemployment, and when things got better, the sun came out and the flowers were coming up, he'd go back to work. The company he worked for would call back, they just expected that. That didn't happen so much this time around, especially for jobs in hospitality and jobs in personal services, maybe some in government, because of changes in the economy, especially the fact that the tech sector during COVID exploded. I mean that in a good way. Their business exploded. Zoom, remote work, development of the cloud. Now we got AI coming on. The tech sector nationally, these are national numbers, from 2019 to mid-2022, when they began to realize, oh, we overdid it, especially the recession's coming, so there's been some layoffs, as you know, recently. But from 2019 to mid-2022, the tech sector increased employment 250%. 250%. Now, the tech sector includes a wide range. This is not all people doing code. People that work for in the Amazon warehouse are considered part of the tech sector. And a third of the jobs in the tech sector do not require a four-year college degree. So what many economists think happened is when the economy began to open up and people were going back to work, if they were working in a job where they maybe weren't happy with the level of pay, maybe they weren't happy with the prospect for pay advancement, they now saw, whoa, I can get a job over here and with a tech company, maybe double my wage. So we had a reallocation of jobs. Now, interestingly, very interestingly, I think, that the latest unemployment report for the nation that came out about a month ago, we're about a week away from the February report, you may have noticed there was most economists by surprise at how robust it was, 500,000 jobs added in the nation in January. But if you go down and look at the details, the leader there was the hospitality sector, restaurants, hotels, et cetera. And my theory is that a lot of folks who maybe have been cut from their jobs in tech have been going back maybe to their jobs that they had prior. But anyway, this is certainly another issue here. Next slide. Okay, how are businesses going to cope? Well, businesses have been trying. For example, I showed my hospitality crowd yesterday. The average job in hospitality, think restaurants, the average wage, I should say, in hospitality over the last 3 years, and the average wage has gone up 28%. So they're trying to attract people with better pay, better working conditions, et cetera. And incidentally, that 28% far exceeds the compound inflation rate over the time, about 18%. So clearly that you would go to your traditional go-tos. But I think another aspect of this, of how the labor shortage might be solved, is more technology. Now, let me give you a little segue here. You know, I worked at NC State for 43 years. NC State, I think it was created in the 80s. They developed an institute called the Emerging Issues Institute. Some of you know about that. And the idea of the Emerging Issues Institute was every year to try to get ahead of the curve, look out there on what's happening in the state and what potential issues are coming up. Maybe, and the idea we'll get to that and we'll address that before it really becomes a problem, so we potentially can get some solutions. And they've looked at things like healthcare and education, all sorts of things. This year's institute focus was on labor shortage. I actually wrote the background paper for them. And if any of you attended, you know, the focus there was what can we do to reach perhaps populations that have lower labor force participation? How can we help, for example, mothers with children work? So childcare was a focus. Training folks who were previously incarcerated was a focus, et cetera. I consider that all good. Interestingly, 6 years ago, not that long ago, do you know what the focus of the Emerging Issues Institute was? The focus was the emerging labor surplus. Just the exact opposite. To show you how things can change, and I don't envy you because you have to deal sometimes with extreme rapid change. And the worry 6 years ago was this is when there was a lot of news about new technology coming out. For example, if you were a lawyer 6 years ago, the lawyers used to have, we have some relatives in law, lawyers used to employ a lot of paralegals. And one of the job of paralegals would be, case comes in, partner gets a case, partner says to her paralegals, I need research on this, go to the library, get all the information you can, background information on cases, what the defense argued, what the prosecution argued, et cetera, et cetera. And that consumed a lot of hours, and that was a lot of work for paralegals. Now, there are computer programs, some of you probably know this, some of you are probably lawyers. There are computer programs a lawyer can buy and load into her computer, and case comes in, type in a couple of keywords, whatever, ammo, in a few hours, you get a stack of papers like that that covers all that. And it took paralegals a couple of days to do. So paralegal demand has actually gone down. I think if you look at 6 years ago, the worry was labor surplus, now it's shortage. I think hopefully we're going to come to a middle ground where actually technology is going to help. And we're already hearing about some employment of technology. I think the best example is McDonald's, my first job, 1966. McDonald's has opened, some of you probably heard this, an all digital restaurant. I mean, have you heard about this in Fort Worth, Texas? All digital restaurant. You go in there and get your shake, your burger, your fries, you don't see a person. There are a couple of people in the building, I understand, just to make sure all the switches are turned on correctly. But obviously McDonald's is concerned about their future in terms of their ability to attract workers. And with things like the aging population, the birth rate down, of course, McDonald's traditionally would focus on young people as workers. And so that may be, that we may see more of that. My expectation, we will see more of that, but hopefully we can have a nice balance, not the concern 6 years ago where people were worried about, gosh, the normal unemployment rate would be 20%. That was actually talked about. I can remember from an expert who was at the Emerging Issues Forum 6 years ago, of course, now the opposite. So this is something I think that, and I have no, you all know this better than I have no clue about whether you can employ technology. I mean, I do know, for example, in Raleigh at least, the solid waste people have gone to automated trucks to lift up the bins. That's why Raleigh's gone to bins. We've got 3 kinds of bins. We've got the household trash bin, we've got the recycle bin, and now we have the yard waste bin, 3 different kinds, and they're picked up at different weeks. But we see the folks come, and of course it's all lifted up, so that's saving on labor. So don't know if that can be in your model, but clearly I think this is going to happen more in the national workforce. Next slide. Okay, let me move on to inflation. Let me back to one more point about labor force. This is a national issue, but I do think North Carolina is in a better situation for the labor force for the simple reason that we are so attractive to folks moving here from other states. I think last year, if my memory serves me, last year we were we were in second place in terms of the number of people moving here. Well, what's actually calculated is what's called a net in-migration. This has nothing to do with immigrant and foreign immigration. It's in-migration, which measures people moving to North Carolina from other states minus people who were in North Carolina moving somewhere else in the nation. And I think we were second, I believe, to South Carolina, but we've been in the top 5 for years. And I think that's going to be a continuing important, probably a more important part of our ability to fill our vacant jobs because of not necessarily internal generation, but in terms of continuing to attract people from other states. All right, here we are. Let me move on to what do I help with my go-to 12:15? 12:15. Noon. Okay, what time? Oh, quarter after. Okay. I get oriented. All right, inflation. Everyone's concerned. I haven't met someone yet, and I continue to do a lot of talking, as you can tell, I like to talk, to all variety groups. And it doesn't matter if I'm talking to businesses, Rotary clubs. I spoke to your Rotary club a couple of weeks ago down at the ballpark. Beautiful venue. Everyone's worried about inflation. Everyone. Well, here's a picture of what inflation has been doing. This is the year-over-year change in what's called a consumer price index, which is the go-to measure for inflation. It is based on a survey that the federal government does every month of thousands of prices, and then compares how that price in January compared to what it was in December or what it was in the previous January, and then they create an average where they don't count each price the same. The prices get weights, or the price changes get weights based on how important the product or service is in the average household budget. They do another survey that tells them what are people buying. And for example, I think the biggest weight goes obviously that you would expect is shelter, whether it's rent or owning. And then shelter weight is going to be a lot higher than say the weight for a can of beans. Anyway, if you look at this chart, and I probably, to make this point, I probably should have taken it back to 1990. Up until 2020, for roughly 30 years, inflation was a dead issue. Thank goodness. We had very, very modest inflation. 1 or 2% was the average. You see 1 year there in 2018 was 18, when it was the 3%. But pretty much inflation was off the chart, which is totally different. Again, I'm 72, so I've lived through more cycles than certainly young people. Even when I was just becoming aware of economics and wanted to pursue it, which was probably in the 70s, and I got my graduate degrees, et cetera, I mean, we would have a typical situation with inflation. We'd have years when inflation was low, but then we'd have years when inflation was high, then we'd go back to low. There was a cycle with inflation. Usually it was related to how strong the economy was. But we haven't really had that for 30 years. I won't get into the weeds on how that was accomplished. It was a major accomplishment though in the country. Actually, it was a worldwide accomplishment. Inflation was pretty much off the table as something that we worried about. But then 2020 came, and you can see what's happened since 2020. We hope inflation peaked at about 9% last June. We have had some downward trends in inflation. A downward trend just means prices are still going up, but less steeply. Where does inflation problem come? Next slide. Well, it came because in the market system we have some called free market system. Of course, it's not totally free. There are important things, obviously, the public sector does, like you do. But in a market system where prices really go up and down, that whether they go up and down is determined by supply and demand. Everything in economics comes down to supply and demand. I would tell my students when I was teaching, if I give them a test, I didn't give multiple choice tests. They had an answer. That was just me. Try to answer. And I would say to them, now, if you get to a question, it's not unusual you get to a question, you just have no clue. This is maybe something you missed, you forgot it. No problem, I get that. Write down this answer, supply and demand. I'll probably give you partial credit. Because everything can be boiled down to supply. Okay, here's what happened. We had a situation develop in the country where demand, which means in economics means fine, exceeded supply. People were trying to buy more than what was available to buy. How this happened. Now I'm trying to illustrate this. I'm not sure if this is a good analogy. I've tried it out in other audiences. But there's a pot of water there, and you can see the stove is on. And now that's my wife says, Mike, put a pot of water on for tea. I'll do that, turn the stove on, then I'll forget it and walk away. And usually it falls over, so she's banished me from doing that. I'm pretty much relegated in the kitchen to clean up, putting the dishes in the dishwasher, and taking the garbage out. Everything else is her purview. Anyway, what I'm trying to represent here is what's happened with inflation is akin to you put a pot of water on the stove, you turn the heat up, but you turn it up too high, and the water obviously boils and bubbles over. That's my analogy to inflation going up to levels that we don't want. Where does this come from? Well, on the buying side, I think you know this well, that under two administrations, this is not a partisan comment, under two administrations, our national leaders specifically decided that they were going to avert an economic collapse, and actually I think this is a good thing, by propping the country up, propping households up, businesses up, institutions up, by pumping a lot of cash into the economy until we got COVID under control. And if you look at what was pumped into the economy from the first stimulus plan, I'll call them stimulus plans, that happened at the end of March of 2020, up to the last that was obvious, interestingly was March of 2021. Incidentally, I'm not including the two, what I call infrastructure plans, for physical infrastructure plan that was passed, and then what I call a social infrastructure plan that was passed later in 2021. So I'm just including that legislation that was targeted to pushing money in the economy in order to keep the economy afloat. $5.5 trillion. So unheard of. I went back and did the numbers, looked up the numbers for what the Roosevelt administration, which was really the first administration to take an active part in keeping the economy afloat and keeping people afloat during what was actually a depression. I went back and added up all the numbers for all the Roosevelt stimulus plans, adjusted the dollar values because obviously $1 in 1930 bought a lot more than $1 today. Adjusted, you can do that in economics, make an adjustment. It came to about $3 trillion. So we blew past that, almost double, unheard of amount of money. Now, I get sometimes in the Q&A with groups, like someone will raise their hand and say, why don't we do that? That's insane. My answer is that, hey, we didn't know where COVID was going to take us. Think of our mindset 3 years ago. We didn't have a clue where COVID was going. We didn't know if we could corral the spread. And in the words of Ben Bernanke, who was the Federal Reserve Chair during the subprime crisis of 2007, 2008, when he was arguing to the congressional leadership for a $1 trillion injection of money. And he was getting pushback on that. I think what sealed the deal in getting Congress to pass that is he told the congressional leadership, if we don't do this, we could wake up one morning and not have an economy left. And I think that was probably what jolted them into action. So I think we were in the same place. Maybe even we were in a worse place. So 5.5 trillion has been pushed in over the last couple of years. But at the same time, what was happening on the supply side? Supply chain problems. So when the economy began to open up in late 2020 and continued in 2021, 2022, and people were able to start spending that money, you might say, well, what do people do with all that money coming in? What do people do who got stimulus check? What do people do who got augmented unemployment compensation? What do people do who got the child care credit? A lot of people obviously had to spend that to keep afloat. That was the purpose. But a lot of people, because the Congress didn't take time to figure out, okay, we got to narrow this down as who really needs it. And I understand why they did, because this was an emergency. Just get the money out there. What did people do who didn't need to spend? They saved it. In 2020, the personal savings rate, which usually hovers around 3%, simply measures how much you save and whatever you're saving in as a percent of your income, usually it's around 3%. It got up to 33% in 2020. So at the end of 2020, when the economy was beginning to open up, Wells Fargo, this is from Wells Fargo, Wells Fargo calculated that collectively households in the country had $3 trillion of savings that they wouldn't have had without the COVID program. And they started to try to spend that. But as they tried to spend that, we had supply chain problems. And so what happens in our economy, what's called a market economy, when you got too much buying relative to what's available to buy, the price goes up. So that's a simple reason, at least in my mind, I think most economists' minds, as to why we had this surge in inflation. Next slide. Now, we have seen the rate of inflation moderate. Again, doesn't mean prices are going down. Some are, but most aren't. It just means they're going up at a slower rate. Why? Well, the supply chain pretty well fixed, not totally, pretty well fixed, much better than it was a year or two. Number two, gas, slightly. Gas prices have come down from their peak of $5 about a year, was that mid-2022, I think, early 2022, not too long ago. Much lower. Big question about whether we'll stay this low. I don't think they're going to get back to $5. We may see approach higher than where we are. Next slide. And I'm going to talk about the Federal Reserve. People have started to pare down on their spending as interest rates have gone up. If you look, you may have to squint to see this. You can see most of the bars are above the zero line. This is percentage change in monthly consumer spending in November, not in December. Even accounting for Christmas, personal consumption spending went down. Now, you do see a big jump in January. That's still one we're trying to figure out, and it's going to be interesting to see if that continues. But my point here is that part of the reason we saw the rate of inflation fall from the peak of 9.1% in June of 2022 down to the current 6.4 is people have started to back off on their spending, although January looks like that may be proven wrong. Next slide. And the Federal Reserve, and this is sort of my entry to the Federal Reserve, because if you talk about the macroeconomy, you have to talk about the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve, one of their powers they have this is a car I'm sure you would love to have, any government would love to have. They can print money. They can print money, they can buy stuff with money they just make up. When I got to that, when I was teaching, when I would teach, intro to economics, which would be not just econ majors, but actually mostly non-majors who were just taking this as an elective. I really like that because it's my opportunity to teach an engineer or teach someone in the humanities or the physical sciences, a little economics, which I'm biased. I think knowing economics is actually a pretty good thing to have under your belt. And I would introduce the part on the Federal Reserve by saying, now we're going to look at an institution called the Federal Reserve. Let me introduce that by saying, how many, now this is the days when people bought stuff writing checks. I was still teaching, I'd have to change this because young people don't use checks. Old people do, like me. I had someone, I was at an event where I was selling books, some of my books, and probably 2 out of 3 people who came to buy my book said, do you, okay, I said, are you gonna write a check or cash? No, we're gonna do the, you know the names, I don't know, the one that starts with a B. You have, don't you have that?
PayPal.
Yeah, no, I said, no, I don't do that. They looked at me, oh. It went, up to the 21st century. Anyway, where I was going with this, to stimulate the student interest in the Federal Reserve, I'd say, if you write a check, this again, this thing is write a check. You write a check to buy something, you got to debit it, or you're going to get in trouble. What if this institution, they write a check, they don't have to debit anything? And I get students, they get confused initially, but they think, oh, wow, this is what we need to learn about this. So the Federal Reserve does this to have the power, print money, push it in. In fact, that $5.5 trillion I mentioned, the federal government, again, over 2 administrations, nonpartisan, $5.5 trillion the federal government pushed into the economy from 2020 to 2022. $4 trillion of that. Because I have people say, well, Walden, where'd they get the money? Did they borrow from China? I'm sure they borrowed from China. Actually, no. $4 trillion of the $5.5 trillion was due to the Federal Reserve just printing money. Technically, for those of you who are in finance, technically what the Federal Reserve did is buy the debt the Treasury Department issued for the payments. They just bought it. And when they do that, they just pay with cash that they make up. So, and you can see on the right hand, you can see in the middle there, the Federal Reserve flooded the economy with money during COVID. Again, $4 trillion. And now they've begun to back off. So let's move ahead. I might move you ahead. Let's go one more time. No, let's go back. I'm sorry. Okay. So, Walden, where's inflation going? There is hope that we are on a downward track of inflation. Again, 6.4 was the latest reading, was up at 9.1. There are several, I think, very respectable forecasts that by the end of the year, we would be at 3 or 4%. But I want to emphasize, this doesn't mean prices are going down. Some will, some do. Usually the prices that go down are products that we buy that are not very processed, like farmers market products or gasoline commodities. So those prices will not go down. So I want to emphasize this to all my audiences. When you hear someone say the inflation rate is going down, that doesn't, most people unfortunately read that. My experience is, oh, prices are going to go down. No, it just means prices are going to continue up, but less slowly. And so the Federal Reserve wants to get price inflation down to 2%. That was where we were pre-COVID. I think by this year, though, we could be close to that, 3 or 4%. The other thing I might mention, the real problem with inflation is not that prices per se are going up, is that people's salaries don't go up commensurately. That's the problem. So if the average person, the average household over the last 2 or 3 years has not seen their income, whether it be from working, investments, whatever, go up anywhere near the inflation rate. That's the big problem. That's the big problem because that means your standard of living is going down. Now, if we get the inflation rate to 2%, that still means prices are going up. It means that many more people can look at that and say, well, there's a good chance I'll get pay raises above that. Or at least I'll tread water. But that's going to take time. Do you realize that after when we had the subprime recession, which is a horrible recession, unemployment got up to 12%. I was doing monthly calls with Governor Perdue. I mean, she was calling me and just to, and I was very honored by that because all she wanted to do is pick my brain on what's going on. She was not a professional economist, obviously. And I can remember her worrying that, gosh, she said the economy's improving, but we're not seeing unemployment go down. That was the big problem with the subprime recession. Inflation was never a problem. It was that unemployment was stuck at about 10 or 11%. This time the problem is flipped. It's that inflation is high but unemployment is low. But my point is, if you look at the subprime recession, of course, there the problem was people lost jobs. Inflation did go up a little bit. It took the average household 5 years to get the standard of living back to where it was compared to pre-subprime recession. So that means that a lot of folks are going to be still struggling, even if we do get down to a 2% inflation rate over the next couple of years. Okay, next slide. Okay, let me move on to the, I don't remember how 12 o'clock this day. Let me move on to the third big problem, and that's the R word, recession. First of all, what is a recession? Well, there is a rule of thumb out there. In fact, if you take the economics course, and probably some of you did, hopefully it was a good experience for you. If it wasn't your problem, you can always say it was the instructor's problem. Economics can make you make fun. You just got to do it right. Anyway, that's my opinion. What is a recession? Where there is a rule of thumb that people use that a recession has occurred if we have a 2 consecutive quarter decline in GDP. GDP is the gross domestic product translated. It's the value of everything we produce in the economy. We actually had that in the first and second quarter of last year. GDP went down for 2 quarters. And that's on a big debate in the country as to whether we were in a recession already. My view is no, because it wasn't widespread. It actually has to do with some technical issues due to productivity, but we didn't have any deterioration in the labor market. So I don't think we've been in a recession yet, Senate. But anyway, a recession, the generic definition of recession is a broad-based decline. Broad-based means it affects most sectors and most businesses. Broad-based decline in economic activity that lasts for a significant period of time. That's a very generic term. And you might say, well, who makes that call? Is it the president? Is it his or her economic advisors? Is it who makes that call? It's not. It's no one in the administration, no one in the federal government. It's actually a call made by 8 economists, and their composition changes over time, who work with a group called the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, which is a think tank. It's been around for 103 years. It's widely respected. If you're a professional economist like me, I read everything the NBER puts out. It's very, very high standard. And these 8 economists work for a group, they work in a committee that's called the Business Cycle Dating Committee. Not like Tinder, it's Business Cycle Dating Committee. Has to do with looking at economics. And the problem, this is probably more than you want to know. The problem is they take their good time to decide if we have a recession. Now, they were pretty quick with the COVID recession because it was so obvious. But if we have a recession late this year, which I'm getting cat out of the bag, I think we will. It'll probably be late 2024 before they make the call. They are extremely slow because I think they want to be careful. Okay, next slide, enough of that. Now, some say, in fact, I had someone ask me this yesterday when I was in Wilmington with the hospitality people. When I was talking about this, he raised his hand, and I said yes, and he said, Dr. Wall, I don't understand. Why often do we have to have a recession to cure inflation? That just seems to me like we're adding to the problem. Or maybe at the best, we're substituting one problem for another problem. And I get that totally. If you look historically, usually when we have very severe inflation, it is when the Fed, controlling inflation is primarily a Federal Reserve job. And incidentally, the Federal Reserve is not a line department like the Treasury Department, Defense Department, Homeland Security, where all the department heads are obviously appointed by the president. They report to the president can say do this, do that, etc. Federal Reserve is not like that. It's an independent agency. Congress set it up as an independent agency. They don't even get their budget from Congress. They get their budget from fees charged to banks who want to be members of the Federal Reserve. Now, members of the Federal Reserve Board are appointed by the president, but they have very, very long terms. I think it's either 12 or 16 years. I gotta write this down sometime. So very, very long term. The idea being to insulate them from maybe broader decisions. Now, the chair of the Federal Reserve does have a short term, 4 years, and the chair is appointed by the president. Every president, not necessarily at the beginning of his or her term, does get a chance to appoint the chair. But after that, they're on their own. The chair of the Federal Reserve cannot be removed just because there's a policy difference with the president. The president can do that with any of the heads of the department, but not with the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve's out there doing their thing. They're the prime point agency in dealing with inflation. In fact, I think a year ago when inflation was really starting to get attention, President Biden himself, I think, was asked in a press conference, and what are you going to do about inflation? He said, well, really, this is mainly the role of the Federal Reserve to do. He was absolutely right. So what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do, in fact, let me go another slide. Okay, let me stop here. Federal Reserve has two big powers. I already talked about one, create money. They can create and destroy money. The second big power they have is they can influence interest rates. Now, they don't control like mortgage rates directly or auto loan rates or personal loan rates, but they control a couple of interest rates directly. The most important is called the federal funds rate, which is the interest rate that Bank A charges Bank B for a loan, and incidentally, banks do lend money back and forth. And so usually when the Federal Reserve moves that rate up, other interest rates go up in the economy, and when they go down, other rates go down. Now, if you look at the left-hand side of this slide, it's, I think, very, very instructive. Look at 2029, pre-pandemic. Federal Reserve had that interest rate they control, federal funds rate, 2.5%. It's about a normal rate for when inflation's not a problem and the economy's growing. Look at where it was in 2021, in the middle of the pandemic. It went down effectively to zero. Money was free, pretty much, to borrow. And that was reflected in other interest rates, 30-year mortgage rates. Any of you who bought a house during this time, they were under 3%, absolutely unheard of, unheard of. The housing market roared during 2020 and 2021. What the Federal Reserve was trying to do is motivate people to spend, borrow and spend, because that's how they wanted to help. They wanted spending to occur because they were worried about people don't spend their fare, the economy's going to collapse. So they were doing their darndest to get people and businesses to spend by pushing money into the economy, I already mentioned that, as well as making it essentially no cost to borrow money. Now, look at 2023, where the focus has totally changed. The focus totally changed. Economic growth is not the issue. We've been growing. I showed you that in the first slide, actually growing very well. Economy's actually been growing very well. But inflation's the problem. So now what's the Federal Reserve do? They go back the opposite direction. They have raised interest rates. I already showed you how they've actually pulled money out of the economy. Federal funds rate is now around 4.5%. Actually, it's a range of 4.5 to 4.75. And again, this is designed. When I go to the gym in the morning, why? And I see a lot of young people. And if you go enough, you see the same people. You get to converse with them. And one young person, great guy. He's recently graduated. He's opened his own business. I mean, I just praised him right and left. And a couple months ago, he said, we're on a Mike John basis. He said, he wanted to call me. And I can't call you Dr. Walden. I said, look, the only person I require to call me Dr. Walden is my wife. She knows I use that term. Anyway, he said, I'm doing well in my business, and thank you for some of the advice you gave me, and I'm ready to buy a house, but my gosh, what's going on with these interest rates? He said, I can remember a year ago, they were under 3% for a 30-year mortgage rate. Now they're up right now they're up around 7%, more than double. That's insane. And so I tried to explain to him what was going on. And I said, well, John, things could be worse. He said, how much worse could they be? Well, if you go back to way before you were born, the early 80s, we had a big inflation problem, but it was actually a big inflation problem, actually bigger than what we have now. Peak rate reached 13%, I think it was in 1981 or 82. the Federal Reserve was doing what they do to try to slow the economy down. I said they pushed their key rate, federal funds rate, so high, actually pushed it up to 19%. The mortgage rates, the rates you're looking at now at 7%, if you go back in time 40 years, it would be 17%. He couldn't believe it. He thought, you've got to be joking. You're pulling my leg. No, I'm not. But you go look it up. So anyway, my point is that this is standard operating policy for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. Now, one of the questions, that this is the appropriate time to answer it. One of the questions people have is, well, Walden, are we done? Are the Federal Reserve done? Is this as high as it's going to go? My opinion, my forecast is no. No, they're going to raise rates more. I think they were very flustered by the January job report, which of course, if you're looking for a job, that was good. And if your employer looking to hire you, that was good. 500,000 new jobs, twice the number economists were expecting. I already showed you how consumer spending actually took a big jump in January. So I was predicting even before that Federal Reserve was going to raise rates more. Now I'm very sure they're going to raise rates more. How high? I think the federal funds rate could go up to as high as 5.5 or 6%. So they're not done yet. Next slide. Okay. Now here I sort of took a detour. Remember I told you the guy yesterday raised his hand and asked, I think, a very good question. Dr. Holland, why is the Federal Reserve, why are they inflicting this pain on the economy? Is it the only way to reduce inflation to cause a recession? He said, still, that doesn't make sense. And I said to him, unfortunately, oftentimes, yes, the Federal Reserve in trying to cool the economy, remember my pot of water example, we're trying to cool the economy. I said, the problem with economic policy is it's not like physical science. Economics is not like physics. In physics, if you do A, you're going to get B. And you know you're going to get exactly B. In economics, you do A, you hope you're going to get B, that's what you're expecting, but you're probably not going to get exactly B. It's hopefully in the neighborhood, because we're dealing with people. And people react differently. People are not chemical. Well, I guess technically we are. But we have freedom to decide. People react differently. How people reacted to an interest rate increase in 1982 was different than probably how they're going to react today. So the Federal Reserve does not want to cause a recession. And if they think we're getting close to a recession, they may stop. I mean, their goal is to get interest rates or inflation rate to 2%. They may stop at 4 if they think, hey, if we go any further, we're going to have a recession. What they want to do is cause, and actually this is you might think, gosh, that's a term I understand. Why are economists using this? Don't you use these big words no one understands? They want to create a soft landing. Again, analogy. Think of the economy as a plane flying up at 30,000 feet. That high level though represents high inflation. What the Federal Reserve wants to do is cause that plane to come down, which will bring inflation down. But they want the plane to land safely and securely on the runway, which means that the economy does not have a recession. The economy does not crash. I mean, think of a recession as a crash in the economy. They don't want to cause a crash in the economy. So they are trying to, their goal is to bring inflation to a lower level without crashing the economy. Now, they know they're going to have slower growth. But the point is they don't want to go back to my pot analogy. They don't want to turn the heat off. They don't want the water to go to cold, ice cold. They want to keep some temperature here, and they want to keep the economy going, but they don't want to turn it off. The question is, the problem is they don't know exactly where that optimal level of the interest rate is that's going to get the economy to a soft landing. But that's clearly what they want. One of the problems with the current Federal Reserve is, and I think they would say this in hindsight, they got to the inflation quite late. There were a lot of people worrying about, I'll put myself in this camp, who were worried about inflation in 2021. Federal Reserve's statement was something to the effect, this is temporary, it's not going to continue. They're wrong. They're wrong. Now, why were they wrong? I think because they were looking at there's this analogy in the military, fighting the last war. The concern is you look at the last war to plan for this war, and usually any successful war is going to be a lot different. I'm sure our people are looking very closely at the Ukraine war. The notion is, Jay Powell's head of the Federal Reserve. Jay Powell's never said this. Yellen has never. She's Treasury Secretary. She was actually head of the Federal Reserve after the subprime crisis. The thought is that the economic policy makers and administration thought that the aftermath of the COVID recession would be just like the aftermath of the subprime recession. The aftermath of the subprime recession was not that inflation took off, it didn't. It was that unemployment stayed too high. In fact, there was a term going around when we were dealing in North Carolina even with 10% unemployment still 3 years after the end of the subprime recession, that, oh, well, this is the new normal, this is the new normal. And so the thought is that the economic policymakers in the Federal Reserve thought that was going to be the problem. Inflation was not going to be the problem, it was going to be unemployment, so they wanted to keep the spigots open, the money supply open, they wanted to keep interest rates low. Well, they were wrong. I mean, all I can say is they were wrong. I don't think they were purposely wrong, but they were wrong. So they have gotten around to worrying about, obviously, inflation, but that is one problem with that. Now, you might say, be saying to yourself, Walden, has there ever been a situation where the Federal Reserve has been able to implement a soft landing? Have we ever had examples in history where Federal Reserve was fighting inflation, raising interest rates, where we did not have a recession? And the answer, fortunately, is yes, yes. Most recently, twice in the 1990s. In the 1990s, there were two recessions we never heard of because they didn't occur. Why didn't they occur? Because of pretty much one person who was just had his amazing in his career, had an amazing ability to predict the economy, and that was Alan Greenspan, Federal Reserve Chair for 19 years, appointed by presidents of both parties. He in my opinion, he's the best Federal Reserve Chair we have ever had. One person to watch before Congress, because he'd be asked a question, he gave a great answer, but if you read the transcript, he said nothing. Because he thought economic policy, Federal Reserve policy was best served, if you will, as a surprise. He didn't want markets to be tipped off as to what he was doing. Anyway, so yeah, it can be done. And there's actually a lot of hope. Next slide, next slide. Okay, there's actually, no, next slide, I'm sorry, here we go. There's actually a lot of chatter in the economics profession. This is in websites that none of you would want to go to where you can read about this. COVID has changed so many things. So many things that we thought, all right, this is what's going to happen. No, it's not happening that way because of COVID and how the economy has changed over COVID. There's actually a debate, pretty significant debate among economists of whether we could actually have a soft landing. That is a recession without job losses. There is actually the person who is the head of this debate is a guy named Williamson. He's at one of the Federal Reserve banks, I forget which one. But his argument is twofold. Number one, why do businesses lay off workers during recession? Well, during a recession, businesses see their revenues go down. So they have to cut expenses in order to not go belly up. And normally, they cut expenses. In most businesses, labor is their biggest expense, so they cut expenses by firing people. Well, I like to say furloughing people, laying off people. And then when the economy comes back, they turn back. Well, what's different this time is what? We have businesses collectively have so many unfilled jobs. You probably heard at one point in time, we have in the country, we have 2 unfilled jobs for every unemployed person. It's actually a little lower now, it's 1.7. But normal is around 1.2. So one theory, this is from Williamson, is that if businesses see their revenues going down, they've got to cut expenses, they'll just cut those unfilled jobs, because usually businesses will have some money put aside, maybe not for all, up to the dollar for all those jobs, but at least some, because if they hire someone, they got to start paying them. So that's one reason why some say, well, it's soft landing. The second reason is businesses will be very reluctant to furlough people or fire people because it took them so much effort to get them hired in the first place. So the idea is that we may get through this, if we're in a recession, we may get through this recession with minimal damage. Damage in the sense of people losing their job in the labor market because of how the labor market has changed, and we've gone into this with a labor shortage. Okay, I do want to leave a couple of minutes for questions. So one more slide, I think this. Okay, do we have any indications the economy is slowing or will be slowing? Yes, we do. I skipped over a slide, but I'll just tell you, yeah, there are a lot of indicators at the national level of the economy is slowing. Real estate's been slowing. I spoke to the apartment association in the Triangle the other day. They all kind of numbers. Things are slowing. And the one good thing for renters is supply is way up. Rents are actually going down on average, at least according to their data. So that's actually good for people who are looking for rent. Same on the building side. I spoke to the home builders a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, everything is slowing. Manufacturing is slowing. So a lot of indications that things are slowing. I do an index for North Carolina, leading index that's akin to the national leading index. So if this index goes up, it means future economic growth is going to be stronger. If it goes down, it means economic growth is going to be slower. It doesn't necessarily mean a recession. And you can see on the right-hand side that index has been consistently falling since May. Now, notice though, if you move your eye back a little bit, and if I'm not going to fiddle with this because I'll probably turn the system off. If you can I move? Yeah, I can move. If you look, the COVID recession is right here. Look at how much that dropped. Here's the subprime recession. Look at how much that dropped. Whereas now we've dropped, but not very much. So this is uplifting to me. That it looks like North Carolina, and obviously you're in North Carolina, may get through a slower economy, not necessarily a full-blown recession. But next slide, I am actually working into my forecast a recession, a national recession. You can see this is the slide you saw first. If you look at that green part, which is the third and fourth quarter this year, I am predicting that we will have a dip that I think will be officially called a recession. But it'll be a short dip or a mild dip, and we'll have a quick recovery. So I think for any businesses, I think for your budget deliberations, I think you should have a contingency plan that, hey, revenues, I'm not saying your revenues will go down, but they may not be going up at the rates you have gotten used to. So I think you would be better to at least work into some of your numbers the possibility of a downturn in the economy. Now, obviously, what you saw from my earlier slide, what happens nationally is much worse than what happens in North Carolina, and what happens in North Carolina is much worse than what happens in some of our big growing metros, and certainly Durham, Chapel Hill is part of that. And I have one more slide. Yes, if we do have a rise in unemployment, again, following with the notion, I hope we don't, but if we do, how high could it go? I think very modest. I think the next, we're in North Carolina, we're around 3.5%. I think we can go up to 4%, maybe 5. What did I say? No, 5 or maybe 6. That's very modest. When I was in graduate school, 5% unemployment was considered full employment. We've now improved on that. So that's modest. It will create, if we did go up to somewhere between 5 and 6%, that's another 50 or 75,000 people unemployed. Now, admittedly, that's small compared to our base. We have about 5 million people in the labor force in North Carolina, but still, every person who gets unemployed, having grown up with a father who periodically unemployed, that's challenging. So I don't diminish that as an issue, even if it's a rather small number. So, bottom line here is the inflation situation appears to be improving. I think it will continue to improve. Challenge for the Federal Reserve mainly is can we get it to their target without causing a full-blown recession? But if we do have a recession, I think it'll be modest and mild, and even more so in the triangle, which obviously includes you. So let me stop. Let's see, one more slide. I think. Yeah. Oh, shameless plug for my latest book. Sorry. I wrote a book that was published last year. It's called Relaunch. That's all I'm going to say. It's a really long subtitle. I fought the publisher over that. They were right. too hard, stuff like that. But this is a book where I try to look at what the pandemic did to families. And what the post-pandemic economy will mean for families in terms of their standard of living. And I look at things like remote work, I look at things like telemedicine, I look at things like impact the economic geography changes, how that impacts the economy and climate. So I think it's an interesting book, and it's obviously available in where books are sold, which most books are sold where? One place. There's a truck that stops at the front of my house and I have 6 times a week, and my wife's going, oh gosh, how many books do you get about getting now? Anyway, so I commend that, or at least commend that to your attention. Okay, I know you're on a budget, time budget, I think there's lunch next, so that's very important, but certainly a couple of questions. If you have burning questions, I'll happy to respond.
Okay. Jack. Professor, it's good to see you. Professor, retirement looks good on you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for being with us. So I wanted to just use the percentage change in real inflation, just GDP as an on-ramp. My questions. First, I just want to say, I remember when our state of emergency was declared and we shut our city down. I think the order was actually signed on the date of the performance, so that correct feedback that night. And it was back and forth and shut it down. And I looked at numbers, and it's encouraging as a fiduciary of the city and the decision makers, encouraging to see how our economy did overall. It wasn't really helpful when talking to residents who were struggling, work for not-for-profits, restaurateurs in our city, and others. But it's good to be armed with this knowledge. I do have a question because I remember in a 100 level economic course learning about GDP, and it was a national thing. But I'm intrigued by the concept of municipal GDP. I'm wondering what type of variables are substituted to get our municipal GDP. Obviously, we don't have a massive military industrial complex or things like that. How do we get the city's GDP? What variables?
Federal government publishes GDP numbers, and I'm not aware, they publish GDP at the subnational level. They publish it for regions, they publish it for metro areas, so you can get it for Durham capital metro area, and they publish them for counties.
Right.
So you can get it for a county. GDP conceptually is, looks at the, everything that's produced, whether it's a product or service, even the public sector is included in there. How they value the public sector is obviously a little different than how they value private company, where they're primarily looking at sales or production. And they add it up. They do adjust for inflation, so when you're comparing GDP in 1 year to another, the previous year, it's taken out inflation. So if your GDP just goes up because of inflation, it accounts for that. And it's also what's called a value-added number. So, for example, if you have if you're a company making widgets, which is you probably remember, that's the example that widgets aren't anything. But anyway, making widgets, you sell widgets for $1 million, they will back out of the GDP. They'll back out. They won't include the $1 million for GDP coming from the widget company. They'll back out the value of the inputs, because they're counted at another previous level. So there's a technique there to make sure we're not double, tripling, quadruple count. But yeah, you should get it. You should be able to get GDP, and I'll look when I go home. But you should be able to get it for the county. For the county, though, it's going to be flagged. I mean, national numbers right now, we've got. What year are we in 2023? We don't. I don't think we know. We don't have. I think we have fourth quarter GDP numbers for the nation. We don't have those yet in North Carolina, and it would be even further behind for the counties, but it takes time, which you can.
Okay, I would be intrigued to look that up. I do remember widgets, and I remember guns and butter. I think some of my answers to constituents now about some of my votes are going to simply be supplying to that.
There you go. There you go.
It's good to see you, Professor.
All right, yeah, quick question.
Yes, sir.
As I'm trying to encapsulate your entire presentation, which I was looking forward to this the most. North Carolina is #1 in the nation for business.
What, number one?
Number one in the nation for business, doing business. It was a recent report again. However, we're number 54 conditions.
Right.
I'm really interested in seeing if we can project what may happen with those statistics moving into a potential recession. If you look at, number one in business, you would probably think, all right, we may be okay. The rest of the country may be, struggling, but at least in the triangle, we may be okay. But I'm wondering how the working conditions are going to translate to just the everyday worker.
Well, good question. Hopefully, if we don't have massive layoffs, households and workers will get through, and that's the point of this whole thing. The interesting thing is, if you, in fact, I have this on my NC State website, I've developed another index for, because you raised a good point. We've got growth, but then we have the distribution of that growth.
Right.
And I have developed an index that tries to measure both of those. And as part of that index, on the distribution side, what I've tracked for data for I think 20 years, I've divided the occupations in roughly 3 groups: high income, middle income, low income. Okay? And I've tracked inflation adjusted wage rates in those 3 categories. And the interesting thing is, and you can see here the national publications on this, is that during COVID, the biggest wage gains, percentage-wise, were for the low-end worker. And the rationale for that is what sectors had the biggest problem keeping labor. It tended to be sectors that were on the low-paying side, like hospitality. And this is I'm not criticizing anyone or any institution, but hospitality, personal services, childcare, etc. And to survive, a lot of them, I already told you the numbers for hospitality. They have raised their wages over 3 years, 28% from 2018. So my point is, hopefully, if we do have a downturn, lower income folks, of course, don't have the reservoir. They don't have the savings. So that's always going to be an issue. Hopefully with a downturn, it will be short and modest, that we won't have deterioration. Because I know where you're going, and it's certainly a good point that we want to worry about our brothers and sisters. We don't want people to suffer adversely like a lot of people did, for example, during the subprime recession. But my thought is, hopefully we're not going to have that situation repeated.
Thank you so much. And we can't cover this now because we are well into the lunch hour.
Yes.
I would love to, at a later time, potentially speak with you on how this information can inform policy at the local level.
Okay.
You think about our local economy and how attractive our area is. We end up finding ourselves in a position of asking for things that are good, but unrealistic in the current state of things. And our job is to take on the tough task of trying to find out how we can make it realistic when it comes to housing, when it comes to wages and things. So I'd love to speak more about that.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And let me, as I depart, thank all of you who are serving. I actually was asked 35 years ago to serve on the Raleigh City Council, and there was a vacancy, and I looked at my plate of work, and I just can't fit that in. And you all are doing that, because I know there's a lot of sacrifice in your time and effort. So thank you for doing that. Even though I'm not Raleigh, I'm native in Durham, I do appreciate any elected. Let me say thank you to us. And have a good conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
$45.
Yeah, let's adjourn for 45 and come back at whatever that time adjustment is.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a great lunch. We will now resume our, I think we have two additional sessions. There's one session in our closing.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll turn it back over to our budget director, Mr. John Allore. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, members of council, staff, others, administration. Welcome to our afternoon session. My name is John Allore. I'm the Director of Budget and Management Services. Traditionally, I end our retreats with this session, which is around getting some consensus around our budget guidelines. What I'm going to, and we have the guidelines up here now, and what they are is it's a boilerplate from last year with obvious updates. And so what I will do is I'll read through all of them one time, go what we did last year, slowly read through everything and just kind of take the temperature of council members to see if we're on the right line. But if I may, I'm gonna leave the podium for this session simply because we could be here a while, and if you haven't noticed, I am at the mercy of cough drops for the last 2 days. And please stop me at any time if you want clarification on any of these. The idea is I will read through them, and if we get from you that you want something changed, Christina, in real time, we'll do that. That's kind of traditionally the way we've done that. City Manager Page, is there anything you want to do? Okay, very good. So these are the fiscal year 2023-24 budget development guidelines. We have an introduction. The development of the budget guidelines is a best practice and supports the citywide strategic plan goal, innovative and high performance organization. One of the objectives of the goal is to promote organizational sustainability. There are 4 bullets: strategic sustainability, realistic vision and goals, program and service sustainability, high quality services and programs, personnel sustainability, effective and reliable personnel, financial sustainability, reoccurring revenues equal to reoccurring expenditures, adequate financial reserve, and contingency planning. The general fund is the primary fund for the city and supports 24 of the 27 city departments, including 1,680 of the city's 2,368 full-time employees. Fluid might have changed, but I think that's good for now. The city manager shall use the following budget development guidelines to prepare the FY 2023-24 proposed budget. There's an overall statement which reads, the budget should prioritize funding based on the city's strategic plan, needs related to accommodate population growth, state and or federal mandates and initiatives consistent with the city council's priorities. This is divided into 2 sections. One, the revenues, and then what the revenues pay for expenditures. So we'll begin with the revenues. This first bit is a little bit of history for FY 2022-23. The 2 largest sources of revenue to support general fund operations were local property tax 49.3% and local sales tax 34.9%, representing 84.2% on $215 million of the fund's $256.2 million budget. Local property tax also fully support the debt service fund, which accounts for the city's general fund debt service obligations. The property tax appropriation for the debt service fund was 47.7 million for 2022-23. The city must use a strategic approach to balance the budget by assessing revenue enhancement opportunities and cost control. For FY 2023-24, budget must support the city's strategic plan and identify funding to enhance priority programs and services. And then we have the bullets. The first bullet, the tax rate for the general fund for the moment will remain at the current rate of 31.55 cents per $100 assessed value. That is for now. The tax rate for the debt service fund, yes.
And I don't know if this is a change that's happened over the years. And overall, the language of the budget should prioritize funding based on following. And then you've got highlighted revenues. The FY 2024 budget must support the city's strategic plan and identify funding to enhance priority programs and services. I'm wondering, and they're all running together in the past years. Have we always had should and overall and then must, or is that new language, the bolded language on the revenues?
I think, I can't remember the history. I think at one point it changed. One council changed it from should to must. We can change it to as an aspirational, a should, if that's the pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time they usually do anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering just the consistency of the language between overall and revenues.
Sure.
With permission of colleagues, certainly.
Second bullet. And we can, with the property tax, we can discuss if we need to change that when we get to the expenditures. But for now, the tax rate for the debt service fund will remain at the current rate of 11.5 cents per $100 assessed value. The tax rate for the solid waste fund will remain at the current rate of 5.59 cents per $100 assessed value. The tax rate for the dedicated housing fund will remain at the current rate of 3.38 cents per $100 assessed value. The tax rate for the transit operating fund will remain at 3.75 cents per $100 assessed value. Tax rate for the downtown business improvement district bid will remain at 7 cents per $100 assessed value. The allocation for the half penny for park program will remain at a half cent of the proposed tax rate. Fund balance in the general fund will not be projected to fall below 12% at the end of the FY 23-24 fiscal year. Non-reoccurring funds will not be directed towards reoccurring uses. Proposed water and sewer rate increases will not exceed an average of 5.5% for the average tier 3 customer. That and the bullet on the stormwater were updated by those departments this week. And you will get more information on that. That is a not to exceed level. That is not in any way set in stone. It's not to exceed.
Because that's higher than usual.
It is. Fee adjustments will be considered as appropriate to align fee revenues with cost of services for better cost recovery rates. And then proposed increases in stormwater rates for typical resident customers tier 2 shall not exceed $2.69 per month. Moving on to the expenditures. To balance expenditures against forecasted revenues, the city manager will continue to monitor performance data to guide focused discussions with city departments regarding programs and service priorities. This includes possible areas for elimination, reduction, reorganization, new partnerships, and/or alternative service delivery models that address the performance and efficiency of city programs. First bullet. City employees are the core of city services. One objective under the city's innovation and high-performing organizational goal is to cultivate a diverse, engaged, and healthy workforce dedicated to public service. Attracting, training, and retaining a competent, high-quality workforce is essential to being a high-performing organization. Therefore, we will continue to consider employee compensation adjustments as a priority. The following pay and benefit components will be proposed. Pay for performance plan, 4.8% average increase, and step plan, 4% average increase for general employees. Additional structure and salary adjustments may be considered. Pay plan for sworn police employees, 5% average step plan. Pay plan for sworn fire employees, 5% average step plan. Pay plan for part-time employees, 3.5% average. Supplemental retirement 401k, 5%, no increase over FY 22-23 budget. Medical insurance for all employees up to 5.9% average increase for the city. Dental insurance up to 3.5 average decrease for the city. 12.85 budgeted for employer contribution to the local government employees retirement systems, which is a 0.75% increase over the FY 22-23 budget of 12.1%. These are the final items. These were reviewed in some of the information you saw in the last 2 days. The dedicated street resurfacing fund will increase by $5 million to $11 million for FY 23-24, and up to an additional $4 million from fund balance will be considered for FY 23-24.
This one time, huh?
Funding for the maintenance replacement project plan will remain at $1.2 million for FY 23-24. Fleet replacement funding for general fund will be provided in accordance with the fleet department's 10-year recommendation plan within the debt model. And then these last two will frame with saying that these last two, particularly the next one, is contingent upon when you can reconvene to discuss the remaining items that were on the list for city council budget requests. So this can be modified based on the outcome of that meeting. And that is funding for city council budget requests will be considered, and programs may be considered for downsizing or discontinuation within the budget framework.
John, the language programs may be considered downsizing or discontinuation. Was that, did we not see similar language like that already?
We did. There was a preamble where that was mentioned.
Okay. So they're both essentially referring to the same thing.
They are. They are. We added it for emphasis because it was something that I brought up yesterday, just to make sure that.
Sure. An asterisk.
I'm not telegraphing that we're moving in that direction. Sure. I just think that we want, in preparing the budget lever, we need to have levers to move through.
Not to.
So certainly, John and I spoke about the last 2 bullets during lunch break, and it's all about the numbers and what comes in compared to what goes out. And as you all, as well as we consider the new requests compared to new revenue sources, it all has to balance. So that's why we kind of wanted to emphasize that if new requests are prioritizing, the numbers are so large that we cannot absorb them and maintain our base, then we would have to consider reduction.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Everything said makes sense. When I read these, I try and read them as a member of the public who doesn't do this. And if they see the language twice, I'm wondering if they might think it's referring to 2 different sets of initiatives or pots of money. when they see the language. But what you say, of course, makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm good.
Thanks, y'all. I just had a couple of questions, and sorry if I missed this on a previous page. Is there any reference to, you say at the bottom, city council budget requests will be considered. Is there any reference to also all the budget requests that came from staff?
There's not, and because I suppose we assume that's just part of the process.
Okay.
There is no harm in including that bullet.
Sure, I mean, either way, it just struck me because you did include the council once.
Let's include that bullet.
Great, and then is there anything in here about, I think in the past we have said like tax increase would be considered to fund programming, but I didn't see that. This year, is that because we're not gonna, or?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
Like that a tax increase would be considered?
I didn't want to be presumptuous, but
Okay.
yes, we have said that in the past.
I mean, I think it's, again, it's always considered, you know, not something we necessarily want to do, but if we need to, we do. So I think including that, you know, a tax increase will be considered would be reasonable, especially, I mean, especially because we have in here all this language that the rates are gonna remain at these, that, you know, I don't know that we actually know that the rate is gonna remain at that level. Like I don't know that we're at that point yet to determine that.
Councilmember Fine, for the query to you, because your memory is probably better than mine. And I agree with what you're saying. I'm the language we use when we're considering a tax increase. By my recollection, I think the vetting process at that time was usually a little more advanced, and there was actually a percentage, not by, you know, it wasn't just we may consider a tax increase. If I recall, I think it was more considered
Up to some sense. Yeah, you're right.
And I think that was based upon a little more, because we've got to go back and do some work. I think it was based on a little more depth to, we were a little further along in the process, I believe, which gave us the ability to identify up to, as opposed to just, we might raise taxes. If I recall.
I do believe that your recollection is correct. We had already talked about certain increases because of the half set. You all had talked about that, so that was something that you had agreed to, so it went in here for the equitable, and also the increase for the payment of the housing bond tax. And I think there was specifically in the previous year, this is my third one, so I'm not really sure last time or time before, but there was, because of the market adjustments that we made in our pay plans, we asked that specifically that some small portion be considered to cover that. So your recollection, it was more to specific areas,
right,
where there'd been much discussion about knowing that those were things that we needed to put into this.
That's very helpful. I still resonate with Councilmember Johnson's point, though, even, you know, without that, so it's us asking to put the language in. You're not at a point yet where y'all are actually asking us for it at this point. So more work needs to be done, I guess, after, but I agree with Councilmember.
That is correct. We had specific, we had identified what we needed.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's kind of an unknown.
Right, and I may very well, you may very well come to that. So I think Councilmember Johnson's point about the language is a good one.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we just need a little bit more flexibility. Like right now, the way this reads is that all the tax rates are gonna stay the same, and if we find ourselves with a gap, we're gonna cut programming. And I would like to, yeah, just massage the language a little bit around some of the things we may consider an increase.
Based on conversations I've heard, I might also recommend, and it's not to not consider the other funds, but I did hear discussions about trying to find creative ways around the capital issue. So you might want to add the same language to the debt service fund, because I did hear language around that. That was a potential, what do we need to do in order to advance? Finance director said, we'll show you what we need to do when, and then come up with a plan, a strategy for pay for it. So I possibly the same language for that.
Can somebody remind me, we used to have 13 cents in the debt fund, right?
We did.
Where'd the 1.5 go?
It was during the recession. We put it back in the general fund.
Gotcha, okay. And also the transit fund, are we concerned about losing federal COVID era like transit money? And do we, like, have we figured out how we're gonna backstop that? Yeah.
So the response is, we certainly gonna lose some of the COVID era operating grants that we've had over the past 3 years. We do a multi-year projection for all our funds. You saw, I think you may have seen did not see transit during this particular presentation, but we have actually seen it inside. And we have not been there to be, at this point, multi-year, a reason to apply additional property taxes to transit.
And that's with maintaining fair free service.
It raised alarms last year and that's why we brought it to you for the budget retreats. When we met internally, it did not raise alarms this year, so we didn't bring it towards you.
Yeah. Just the clarifying question. Thank you. Just around the transit, so we're saying that based on your all's internal conversations, we will be able to maintain fair free after June of 23, or we will not, because that expired in June, correct?
That is correct.
So we're saying that we're going to continue it, or we're reverting to free?
Yeah, yes, we're going to continue.
Thank you. So, okay, great. That was a.
We plan to propose to continue.
Right, I know that.
Yes.
The point that is in the proposal, and I know that we've had a lot of concerns around that, so thank you.
We're not adopting.
Yeah. Okay.
And just backing up a little bit to that debt service number, what would determine whether we move back to a pre-COVID 13 point versus this?
Me.
So John say me, I add a few more words, people say I have a lot of words sometimes, but, anytime we are moving our overall property tax, for any function that is tax supported, we are ensuring that both the current year as well as our multi-year operations, can be covered with all of the funding sources. Yeah, we would love to be able to fund, some of these enterprise type funds with no tax support, but we know that is not realistic. So, anytime we move tax around, it takes away from one to put in another, unless we raise it. So we're gonna be looking at it holistically as to what's needed. We would not add additional tax to the transit fund if the transit fund doesn't need the revenue source. So we do it all at the same time, multi.
So did you want to add the same language to the debt service fund? Proposing a potential increase there.
Yes.
I think that would be one.
I think it's consistent.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Would you scroll back to the top, please?
One more thing, I've asked about this before, and it's not, it's not an overall priority, but I wondered about, putting more money into the parks, the like specialized parks fund. And I know the Parks and Rec department has, was interested at some point, I don't know if they resubmitted that, moving that from a half penny to a penny. Is that something that's under consideration at all in the administration?
So, what I will say at this point is, no, the department did not submit that type of request. We typically, there are different things that can happen with these dedicated funds, so you can fill the bucket, or you can actually assess the needs and the timing of those needs and determine how you actually pay for it. And, I do not recall on a pre-list that being.
Okay, yeah, if they take it off, it's not an issue, thank you.
I thank my colleague for raising that. I know in years past, there's been conversation about going from a half penny to a penny, but I think to the Parks and Recs and those folks, credit, at least what I saw through there, that with all the things we may need to raise taxes for, from debt service to other things to roads, that they've been pretty humble, and doing great work with where we are right now. Still, of course, desiring for it to be raised, but it still is a tax increase. So if we do that there, then we have to put it in consideration. I think parks are incredibly important, and what they've done with revenue they had is, been transformative so many people's lives in our city. But I do want to associate myself with the spirit of Councilman Johnson's comment. I think at some point down the road, that half penny should become a penny. But they haven't asked for it, and I appreciate the humility they've shown in not asking for it over the years and the work that they've been doing.
Thank you. I agree. I think, in the future, if we do look at it, it will come up, but, I tend to trust that if the department's not asking for it, it's not necessary. And I did want to just kind of put an overall caveat in, and I feel like this is one of the areas that I trust staff the most. And so I really am looking for guidance and where we do need, increases, and so it's one issue for that.
Back to the parks though, one of the things that, is really important around our parks and our, park program are the investments in, in big improvements, which you saw on the CIP list, which is a different, it's a different funding source that goes, potentially to some of the debt and the funding models that we have, but that particular fund is a maintenance and operations fund. So when we think about putting more money into a bucket like that, you also have to think about how you actually implement that because it is operational. So I didn't want it to be lost that they do need, they have requested, like other departments, new investments, but they did not request new maintenance funds at this point. We always, if we do decide to invest in new assets, then administratively, we have to give consideration to the maintenance and operations of those assets. And we have been doing a much better job of that in recent years because both go together. So we invest in $100–200 million of new assets that comes with new operational dollars. Because we have to be able to maintain and operate.
Other questions? So feel comfortable moving forward with this? We will have a meeting around budget guidelines. And then the work session on this item is the March 23rd work session, and a move to adoption on April 3rd.
So John's trying to get to that date. We are very focused on the progress, and we know when we leave this meeting today, we'll have to work with the clerk and you all staff to get that additional meeting to prioritize your new requests together
We are hoping to get that meeting done before March 23rd, where you will be considering sort of final words for these guidelines to go on the council meeting 11 days later.
And that's our program.
We'll turn it over to our city manager, and then we'll have a round of comments from each of the council. Person here, I'm gonna ask them to keep their comments 2 minutes and under. Mayor.
So, oh yeah, I'll go first. And again, you know, the staff and all the staff here, we thank you for the opportunity to be able to help inform your decision making, what you are charged to do. And it is always our privilege to do that. I consider today, day 2, being another good day for us. We discussed some very important priorities for our organization, as well as policy matters that will have a great impact on the future of our city. Just as a reminder, once our budget season kicks off, the first week of January for our departments, we're working and thinking about the budget development pretty much every day, along with all of the other operations, which remain ever changing and very complex, especially during the time of our increasing vacancy rate for our employees in the organization. But I can assure you, and I have all of these folks behind me, that we're bringing our best. We're bringing our best to this work, and you saw some of that reflected in the surveys that our residents who are the recipients of these services, how they feel about that. These last couple of days of dialogue have provided us much guidance for progressing toward a budget proposal for your consideration. We will continue to provide notice and communication of when we will be discussing budget related items at upcoming work sessions, as well as the special budget work session planned to continue your prioritization of your new budget request. You will, as is customary, receive a water rate presentation. You saw that here as a one lump sum, but you will have the details that go behind it. A formal water rate presentation, information on our shared economic prosperity initiatives that are part of our strategic plan, our housing and community development priorities and progress. So as we move through this budget season, you will see these presentations show up on the work session for your consideration. We just said this, the budget guidelines that we just had a general discussion about, we will continue to flesh out, and we hope that we can come back with a little bit more informed detail around those guidelines, and that we can get them finalized at the city council, well, not finalized, but thumbs up at the city council work session on March 23rd as we continue to do the work that we need to do to get to that day in May. So again, I would like to thank staff here today for the excellent work that they do every day. I'd like to thank the city council for the guidance that you provide that we need in order to be effective public servants. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Hello. Good afternoon again, and I just want to say that this has been a good experience, and this is my first time being able to even present any items for budget consideration, because I was not on the council before, so that was pretty exciting. And those considerations that I did put in was based on just kind of learned knowledge that I learned over the last 10 months. So I just want to say thank you so much to the city employees, to our city manager, just for your hard work, because this is not easy. And being able to continue to just kind of look at all the key plays and all the key things, just make sure we come up with a an effective budget. And I also want to just thank you for also putting the residents at the forefront of all of the decisions that we make. So thank you. And I want to thank my colleagues too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I just want to appreciate all of our staff that have been here with us in this whirlwind budget retreats. We usually have a little bit of time in between, so I know it was a lot more work for y'all to get everything ready with a two-day chunk. So I appreciate all of you and your excellent presentations and keeping us in the loop about everything that's going on. This is like my, I'm so old, like 8 budget. I'm so old. So old. And yeah, and it's always really exciting to be at this stage in the process and, see where things are headed and think about exciting new projects and new initiatives and all our ideas and all of y'all's ideas before we have to actually dig into the reality of how much money we actually have and what we can afford to do. But yeah, I just really appreciated hearing from everyone and all your work, and I'm looking forward to continuing this process. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I shouldn't speak no more than 5 minutes.
No, 2.
The rest of us already I have many directions on YouTube listening in. Thank you, staff. You are the superheroes, and I enjoy being a champion of your work and your commitment. And I know it's not always easy. I know that there are always fears thrown at City Hall. And I enjoy, being a shield to some of those fears and take some of those fears and becoming just, hey, this is what folks are concerned with, and help them to translate those concerns. So thank you for what you do. Colleagues, I appreciate your patience and open-mindedness of our diverse perspectives to trying to do the best for our community. Our residents and our stakeholders are always front of mind, and I appreciate that. And I hope that we'll come out of this with, making it feel like there's 1 million people that live in Durham, but only 300,000, and there are creative ways to do that. And I look forward to continuing this deliberation. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you all. This is my 6th one, just count that out. I'm definitely old, white and hair shows that. I just want to really thank staff. This is always an incredible process. You all just keep getting better. And the fact that you do that with the vacancy rate that we have is an indication of your commitment to public service. So we can't do our jobs if we don't have the foundation and expertise of y'all. So thank you as a council member and also as a resident of this great city. And I really look forward. I know we have a lot of the apple to bite off and figure out, and I'm sure we're gonna have a lively dialogue as council members. And I also just appreciate that we're getting out too early, 2 hours early.
It's all because I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments. I do appreciate staff. I am going to continue to push staff though, just acknowledging that there's a lot of innovation out there, and I want to make sure we grab hold of as much of it as possible. We have a great opportunity with the surplus and with ARPA dollars and our current budget. Like, there's just too much to miss. And I want to be really, really loud and clear that I want to see something happen around convention center. I want to see something happen with Federal Street. And I am not going to stop shouting about those things. I also will say that, this is my 6th, this is a 6th budget cycle. And there's plenty more in it, but I don't want to do it
if it's not what the city needs. And so I really want us to dig into how we continue to elevate our engagement processes. I want us to continue to make sure that we're educating, sharing as much as possible so that everyone knows. I mean, I don't want to be the one person who understands it or the 7 of us who understands what's happening in the budget process. We want to make sure that everyone does. And I think that we've done a really good job pre-COVID. I'm just gonna get back to that. So that's those my comments, and thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Did you mention convention center?
I mentioned convention center.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, and I'm very grateful for this rare privilege. There are 300,000 people in the city, and at any given time, only 7 people sit in these seats. Most people will not have this opportunity, so even on the most challenging of days, this is a privilege, it's an honor to be here. This is why we get checks from the city. This is the most important thing we do. If there's any time when our voices should be heard, it's now. And in this process, when they're most loudly heard by our residents and citizens. And it's just an honor and privilege to raise our voices in this context to such a dedicated and incredible staff. So Madam Manager, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everybody and your team for the incredible work that you do. And we're going to pass a great budget that will be balanced, reflective of our values. And it'll be Durham. Horns up. Thank you all so much.
I promise you, I won't be over 2 minutes. I need to be able to look at the home. This is my 2nd budget cycle since becoming mayor of this great city. And you probably noticed I don't say a lot. That's just how I'm trained. To listen, do a lot of listening and study, and then come back with questions. And so I want to thank my colleagues for continuing, those who have been here, continuing the conversations as you continue to educate me and the other newbies on this council. I thank our city manager for leading a well-run organization. This city is only as great as its employees. And I think the community has told you that. 9% above the national average in the overall quality of city services, 22% above the national average in customer service provided by city employees. That's not the elected. That's not the elected officials. That's you all. And so I thank you all. Mr. Allore has been sick over the last couple of weeks. Our city manager has been sick, but yet they are here today, and they have led us thoroughly. Our county attorney and our city clerk, we are forever grateful to them and the technical assistance that we've received over these last couple of days. You know, I think about over COVID, you all never got a break. We're down 500 employees, yet crime is down and you're getting rave reviews. Bull City strong, only because of you all. That's why my only budget request was to make sure that there was a thank you. That I see you. I see the work that you do, and not only do I see you, all of Durham sees it as well. I'm gonna give you some time back today. That's why I was insistent that they hold their comments for 2 minutes, and I'm done too. Have a great night. Hereby adjourned.
I know.